Dear delegates, dear rowing friends, very good morning to all of you and welcome. It's my privilege and great pleasure to welcome you here in Amsterdam and all of you who are connected to our 2026 Ordinary Congress. Very warm welcome to the delegates present in the room and also joining us online. As you know, it's an hybrid Congress. I would like also to express my special welcome to our Honorary President, Denis Oswald. Thank you. Thank you, Denis, for always being with us at our Congress. We really appreciate. And I would like also to warmly welcome all the delegates from the continental confederations and also the member of the council and the executive committee. A warm welcome to the observers, to the media, and to all the people who are following us. And now I officially open the FISA World Rowing 2026 Congress, Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Dear delegates, as you know, the Congress is the highest authority of our organization, and therefore I would like to thank you for taking part on an important piece of our governance. And I recognize that some part of the Congress are quite formal, and this is how it is. For it represents the fundamental of the life of an organization. So I would therefore like to sincerely thank you for your time and for your contribution. A significant amount of documentation have been circulated with the agenda papers. I hope that you had the opportunity to go through it. And also, I do fully recognize that it's a massive piece of document, and there is always a lot of information to digest. We will proceed as usual. I consider that this documentation has been reviewed, and so that we can use the time together to exchange and interact as much as possible and make this Congress interactive and fruitful. And that's the reason why this afternoon we will dedicate a significant amount of time to discuss our project, and it will be more an interaction session more than full of information. So you know that your views, your input, your contribution are essential, and I very much encourage you to participate actively in these discussions. For some of you, it's the first time attending the Congress. We are pleased to see new faces and new delegates, both in the room and I'm sure also online. And so it's an opportunity also for us to connect with you, the new faces, new people. And I will take the opportunity to briefly introduce the council member. So that you know who we are. So starting from my far right, we have Jacomine Ravensbergen, Chair of the JEDI Commission. We have Enkian Svole, Chair of the Competitive Commission. Vicky Aguirre Gomez-Corta, Continental Representative for the Americas. Philip Lubicic, Chair of the Indoor Rowing Commission. Sarah Cook, Continental Representative for Oceania, Mike Wilkinson, Chair of the Sports Medicine Commission, Fei Ho, Continental Representative for Asia. And if I move to the next side of the room, we have Mehdi Garidi, Continental Representative, no? Yes. For Africa, is that right? Yeah. Okay, I cannot see exactly. But, Gwyn Batten, Chair of the Coastal Rowing Commission, Masakuni Osobuchi, co-opted member, Rebecca Orr, Chair of the Para-Rowing Commission, Dushan Machacek, Continental Representative for Europe, Nobuisha Ishizuka, co-opted member, Angela Alonso Fernandez, Chair of the Empire Commission, and Axel Müller, Chair of the Youth Commission. As it comes to the Executive Committee, we have on my right Eva Santo. She's also chairing the Events Commission. Denise Oswald has already presented. We have Anna-Marie Phelps, Vice President. On my left, Vincent Gaillard, the Executive Director. Gary Tjanigenkamp, the Treasurer. Frida Svensson, Chair of the Athletes Commission. Matthias Binder, Chair of the Equipment and Technology Commission. And Ron Lenka Dinsbach-Weg, co-opted member. And finally, Ron Chen, Chair of the Masters Commission. I hope I didn't make any mistake. Long list, but it's important for you, and do not hesitate to interact. We will have a coffee break, the lunch break, and it's also for you the opportunity to interact with the council member. So yesterday, we concluded the 2026 World Rowing Championship here in Amsterdam. On behalf of the World Rowing Council, I would like to express our deep gratitude to all the people who have been contributing to stage the event and who have been involved who have delivered what I can dare to describe as a very, very successful event. So it was a fantastic week. It was great to return to Amsterdam on the newly refurbished Bosbaan. We have witnessed exciting racing, I must say. Our athletes have once again demonstrated the very best of our sport, the very best values of our sport, and obviously we can be all very proud of it. A tremendous amount of work has gone into the preparation of these championships to provide our athletes with the best possible environment in which to compete and perform. But not only, there has been a lot of effort to ensure that we can welcome the people, everyone, families, fans, and even beyond, so that they can experience our sport, they can have a nice moment with our sport, and this effort has really been fantastic. We have seen the tremendous commitment of the organizing committee to welcome everyone and allow them to fully enjoy and experience these World Championships. So let me also express our sincere thanks to all the partners, institutional, commercial, for their commitment and support, and in particular the government of the Netherlands, the city of Amsterdam, and TIG Sports. And of course, a very special thanks to all the volunteers. I'm told there were 600 volunteers, so it's been fantastic. Their dedication and enthusiasm has been very essential to the success of these championships. So it's my pleasure now to welcome Irene Eich, Honorary President of the Organizing Committee.
Thank you. Yeah, dear rowing friends, I can assure you today I stand here a little bit tired, but really proud and also happy. And when the World Rowing Championships 2026 in Amsterdam have come to an end. It's really a good moment for me now to take you briefly back. You already saw a nice video, but take you back and highlight some of the elements we as an organizing committee wanted to emphasize and accomplish with this event. Do I have... Can I get to the next slide, please? That's good. Because first and foremost, and Jean-Christophe mentioned it already, it's about a team. It's the team that put down the event, and it was a really large and dedicated team. Both professionals in it, from TIG events, but also quite a number of voluntary people from the Dutch Rowing Federation. And those of you who have been a number of days at the venue, you recognize these faces, but it was really the whole team that made it event the way it was. Together, of course, with the World Rowing team, that we really need to mention, and also the 600 volunteers. We had a clear ambition. We wanted really to create an Olympic experience at an Olympic level, but really in a Dutch style for two of our most important target groups, which are, my voice is a bit gone, to the most important target groups, which are, of course, the athletes and the spectators, the public. And the Dutch style, that means that it's a little bit less formal and a little bit more fun than the Olympics, but still based on things like innovation, being flexible, great execution, and real teamwork. So that's where we as an organization put everything in the center of it. I think the battery is... So about innovations, we want to do a lot of them and emphasize two. One is the onboard cameras, also on small boats that had a live signal. So that was really fun. It really added beautiful images on the other images we already have from all the drones and other angles of the cameras. And the next one is the Parc Fermé, where the athletes, right after the race, could run to their beloved friends and hug and have this emotional moment. This had two great elements in it. One, the public could also experience and see the true emotion of these first moments, but also it is nice as an OC not to have to police and prevent athletes from running into the grandstand during the medal ceremony. They had this emotional moment already, and then the ceremony could be a bit more smooth. Then the athletes experience, we had the top sport meals, and those were really a hit. I think the athletes, well, what we heard, the athletes liked the taste. They liked the fact that it was easily to take back to the hotel, and also the hygienic aspects of it. So the interesting thing is about 99% of all the lunch vouchers were actually used, and this is bizarre. At least it is bizarre compared to when we had in 2014. So this was really a good thing. It was really something that worked well for the athletes, also for the organization. And then we had a dedicated athlete village where the athletes could have their warm-up and cooling down area, of course, but also great lounge areas, hangout areas. So that was a nice place for the athletes to stay. Really appreciate it. And then the final thing, of course, we wanted to have a great experience for the public, both on the venue and at home with broadcasting. So great grandstands, and actually the very natural surrounding of our Bosbaan was a great decor to have all this fan engagement in it. So we really loved that. We had full grandstands in the final days, about over 10,000, which is actually the max that the Boxband could hold. And we were really happy about how people celebrate the medals and really enjoyed themselves and cheers everyone on. So all good things come to an end. The athletes have left, Cloggy has left, time to say goodbye. I just want to say we enjoyed the ride, and we are really, really proud to have hosted you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much again, Irene, and once again, congratulations on behalf of the world rowing community for this championship and the great success. So thank you very much. I think we have a intervention from Great Britain.
Thank you. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Council members, Executive Committee members, on behalf of all the member federations, I would like to extend a huge thank you and congratulations to Irena, all the organising committee, and to Siada and everyone from the Dutch Federation for a fantastic World Championships. Everyone received such a warm welcome, and we were so impressed by the organisation. Everything at the course was fantastic. Everything away from the course was fantastic. A wonderful nations dinner in an iconic setting. And I couldn't finish without mentioning the grandstand. The atmosphere was electric, and the athletes all so enjoyed racing in front of it. Thank you for all your hard work, and congratulations on a wonderful World Championships.
Thank you for your comment. So let me just make a reflection, a comment on the sporting side. As you know, we witnessed some very exciting racing, fantastic competition. But as you know, at times some challenging conditions as well. And you have certainly heard from your team, from the athletes, from the coaches about this challenge. And that has generated, of course, intense activity for the Fairness Committee and also for the entire decision-making chain under Rule 64 and all the way through the Executive Committee. But I must say that it has been a very intense teamwork. All the people who have been contributing to this exercise have been completely dedicated to this and to make sure that we can provide the best what we have in hands for the athletes. So from time to time it's difficult indeed, but we have to move on. And I can tell you that the people behind the scene, including the organizing committee, to adapt when we have to adapt, we all make the best efforts for the athletes. And it has even led us to use one of the very last options under the regulation, an option that we don't like or we have difficulty to like, the time trials. But at the end of the day, it was an interesting experience, to put it positively. It was, I mean, it ran smoothly. I think, without going into the details, it's not my purpose here. But I must say it was also an opportunity to move from what we could consider as a threat or as a difficulty or as something we don't want to an opportunity, in fact. And we do see the great opportunity even when we face such a difficult situation. Other sports actually, such as skiing, cycling, they do have time trials. In fact, the sport itself is time trial. So we can create also real interest and excitement for spectators and viewers and the media. And I think this is something that we really have to consider and to reflect on the future. So that's why my additional comment. And again, fantastic week, fantastic championships here in Amsterdam. Moving now to the next point, the delegates. Since our last Congress, we have lost a number of dear friends from our rowing community. I do not normally mention individual names, but today please allow me to make an exception given the exceptional circumstances. Two great figures of our sport have left us unexpectedly and far too soon. Davide Tizzano, Olympic and world champion, president of the Italian Rowing Federation and president of the International Committee of the Mediterranean Games. And more recently, Olaf Tufte, not only one of our greatest athletes, but an exceptional ambassador of our sport, the incarnation of the true values of our sport. May I kindly ask you, if you are able, to stand and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Davide, Olaf, and all our rowing friends whom we have lost. Thank you. Before moving to the next point on our agenda, allow me to share a few logistical and housekeeping remarks. Safety first. There is no test alarm planned today. If we hear the alarm, we will have to immediately evacuate. Mobile phone, you know the rule. Please switch off or put it on the silent mode. We do have a fine for if we hear some sounds. Electronic voting, as in the previous years, we will be using electronic votings with the support of Lumi, a highly experienced and reputable provider. So voting, whether you are here in a room or participating online, is secure and confidential. There is one notable change this year. Instead of using a device that will be distributed, you will be using your own smartphone and to cast your vote. You have been a part of a test recently, so I hope that it will go smoothly. But we will go to that part of before the first vote. We will have a test. Interpretation. Comprehension is essential if we want everyone to participate fully in the Congress. We will therefore continue the experiment started last year by providing a translation tool. So you can access the Kudo application by scanning the QR code that has been provided. And I think it's, no, you don't have it on the screen, but it has been circulated, and I'm sure you have had the opportunity to download the application. And this solution, of course, is using the very last technology, including AI. So I hope that the translation or the interpretation, which is different if I refer to the lesson I learned from our honorary president, there is a difference between translation and interpretation. I let you reflect on that. But as always, the feedback, your feedback is very well welcome. So thank you. And this concludes the point 1 of the agenda. And of course, for the voting, you will need Wi-Fi, and you have all the details on the screen. No questions, no comments, so it's time to move to the point number 2, identification of the delegates and confirmation of their authority. So before inviting the executive director to proceed with the roll call, allow me to make the usual few remarks. The Congress is being held in hybrid mode. So while up to 3 delegates may be registered to represent a member federation, only one, of course, will have is entitled to exercise the voting right. and will be granted to vote on the Lumi platform. As it comes to the members' voting rights, let me recall that members' federations do not have all the same voting rights at Congress. According to our statutes, Article 31, a federation may hold 3 votes, 2 votes, or 1 vote, or no vote. Indeed, because if you look at the bylaw Article 15 concerning debts, any members with outstanding subscription automatically forfeit its voting right. So we can now proceed, I think, with the roll call. So I hand over to the Executive Director.
Who is looking for the clicker, if it's still available. Greetings to you all. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we will not call, as per previous congresses, we will not call each and every one of you. So it's just, we will show you all the flags of those member federations that have registered. If you do not see your name, your federation, please raise your hand, whether you're online or in the room. 3 slides in total to cover all of those who have registered. So first one, this is from Algeria to Ireland. Algeria to Ireland. Anyone missing? Please raise your hand. From Iraq to Sweden. So not missing, you are present and you seriously, good, thank you. Iraq to Sweden, and then finally from the Syrian Arab Republic to Zimbabwe. Thank you very much. That concludes the roll call.
So we can show what it means in terms of participation. You have on the screen, so 12 delegates have 1 vote, 5 member federation with 2 votes, and 31 federation with 3 votes, which make a total number of votes registered at 115. Total number of votes possible, 145. Thank you. And obviously, when we will proceed with the voting, this may change. Now, just to mention, you know, our effort to increase women participation at all levels of our organization in all areas. You will remember the discussions and also the decision we made at the External Congress in 2020 to ensure that we will progress in that area. So you have on the screen the impact of this rule, and I must say it has an immediate impact when the rule was implemented, and since we can see a kind of a stagnation. So thank you to continue the effort. It's really important that we progress in this matter. We can now progress to point number 3 of the agenda, appointment of scrutineers for the period of the Congress. Here again, same as usual, the role of the scrutineers was originally meant to be the counting of the votes, whether by hand or by showing cards at the time, but or by secret ballot. But since we are using this electronic voting system, this function is no longer necessary. Let me just mention that, again, that this voting is entirely secure and independent. It will be conducted in an anonymous basis, and if in case, because we never know about technology, but let's be clear that in case we had a problem, if the system failed, all voting will be postponed. So we will proceed with the Congress, but all the voting will be postponed on an electronic means by within the 30 days, and that's how we will proceed in case. any questions on this matter. This is not the case, so I'm moving to the point number 4, approval of the minutes of the 2025 Ordinary Congress. This report, or these minutes have been circulated with the agenda papers. You were invited to submit any remarks, and none have been received, so this remained your opportunity to raise questions or comment or observation. If you want to do so, this is your chance on the report, on the minutes of the last Congress. I don't see any, so we are ready to move with the very first test of the day, the approval of the minutes. But before that, I will hand over to Lumi to present you briefly how it will work. Lumi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Congress. Today we'll be using Lumi's electronic voting solution. I'm going to show you through a series of slides on how the system works. Now, the first part of this presentation will tailor towards delegates joining virtually. So if you're joining remotely, we recommend that you use a good and reliable internet connection in order to join the platform. A computer with the Chrome or Safari browser is recommended. We also ask that your microphone, camera, and speakers are all built into your laptop so you can actively engage in the Zoom call. You must have access to the Zoom call, which can be found on the Lumi platform. All delegates' credentials have been sent out by Lumi from worldrowing@lumiengage.com, which contains the link to the platform and the voting credentials. When delegates open this link, this page will appear. This is where you'll enter your username and your password. So if you are joining virtually, this page will appear and you must insert your username and password that you received in your email. Once logged in, you will reach this page. This is the page where voting will take place. You must keep this tab open at all times, and the link to the Zoom platform can also be found on this page. So if you haven't already and you are joined remotely, please ensure you have this tab open, as this tab is where all voting will take place. If you're willing to engage with the Zoom broadcast, you can use the chat function contained within Zoom. When it comes to a vote, you must navigate from Zoom, which is in a separate window, back to the Lumi platform. You can keep both tabs open at once. However, you must move back to the Lumi platform. As you can see on the slide, when it comes to a vote, there is no voting in Zoom. When a vote opens, as seen on the slides, you will see the voting options presented, with the voting options yes, no, and abstain. The motion wording will appear above. Please click on your desired selection. There is no submit button. The last selection that you make will be cast when the vote closes. You will see a vote received message to confirm your vote. Once the vote has closed, as you can see on the slide, it will return to the home page. This is where you can return back to Zoom once again, now the vote is closed. If you experience any issues during the meeting and are disconnected from Zoom, we recommend that you wait and see if you are reconnected automatically. Failing this, we recommend you switch to the Lumi voting portal once again and re-click the link that you clicked earlier to join Zoom. The Zoom application window should then pop up and you will be required to enter your details once more. If you're having any issues with the voting platform specifically, please email worldrowing@lumiengage.com, which is the email address on the slide. Now, for delegates participating in room, when you entered the room today, you should have received a QR code upon registration, or you should have been directed to the email from worldrowing@lumiengage.com to log into the voting platform. For this, you must have your own internet-enabled device with you, either a laptop, a mobile phone, or a tablet. For best performance, we recommend that you use the latest version of the Chrome or Safari browser. If you did not scan the QR code when entering the room today, your Lumi credentials can be found in an email from worldrowing@Lumi Engage. Once you open this email, you will see the link to the page which is seen on the slide and your username and your password. So if you have not scanned your QR code and you are a voting delegate yet, please navigate yourself to this email. Once you've logged into the platform, you will need to confirm your in-room attendance. You should have seen this message when you logged in earlier. If you are an in-room delegate, please select in-room. Once logged in, you will also see the home page. It's worth noting that for in-room delegates, we recommend that you please do not click the Zoom link, as this is strictly for virtual participants. When the vote opens in the room, you will see, as on the slide, also the vote wording and the voting options. Once again, the vote received message will appear when you select your voting option. And now I believe we will move to a test vote, so I will hand back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oliver. So this is indeed a test vote for you to test the system. As you can see, we've taken a very, very easy question, given the many announcements that have been made on the subject, so it should be relatively easy for you to answer. So I will start the test vote, and you'll have about 30 seconds to vote. The question is, when will the inaugural edition of the World Rowing Shanghai Sprints take place? Option 1, 24, 25, October 26. Option 2, 3 October 27. Option 3, 26, 27 of September 2026. As I said, an easy question. The vote is open. We'll give it another 10 seconds or so, 15 perhaps. Assuming for now that any problem you may have has or is being reported to Ludovica there in the background. Okay. We're going to close the vote in 5 seconds. 4, 3. Okay, the vote is closed, please.
Voted?
How many voted? Total number is...
Donc ça veut dire qu'il y en a qui n'ont pas voté. Do we have any technical problem for some member federations? Can you tell us if we can move with the vote or? No, the test vote is closed. Yeah, and you have the result on the screen actually. The point is. Make sure that there is no technical issue. I can see that a delegate is we have to ensure that
Okay, we're going to move on to the first vote in just a few seconds. So delighted to tell you that 64% of you have found the correct answer, and that was option 1. Congratulations for those who found the right answer. Okay, we're moving to the first vote on the minutes. Okay, Luvika, we can start, we can go? Okay, good. Do you approve the minutes of the 2025 Ordinary Congress? Yes, no, abstain? You have 30 seconds, please, to cast your vote. Another 10 seconds. Another 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Lumi, can you close the vote, please?
So you have the result on the screen. Thank you. Yes, 100%. So the minutes of the 2025 Ordinary Congress are approved. Thank you very much. Moving to point number 5, 6, 7 of the agenda related to the annual reports. As I mentioned earlier, all the reports are on the file, on your agenda papers. When it comes to a few of them, we will have some additional elements. As usual, I would rather take the opportunity to update you on some of the developments that have taken place since the report was finalized, and also share with you a few reflections. It's not to be considered as a full report, but just as a reflection and share of a few information. So I will start with my additional report. I need glasses now. Dear delegates, another year has passed since our 2025 Congress in Shanghai. Time is flying. Being here in Amsterdam has a particular significance for me. 12 years ago, in 2014, Amsterdam hosted my first Congress as president of World Rowing. A lot has happened since then for our sport, for our federation, for the Olympic movement, and more broadly, in the world around us. And the world around us continues to change, and to change rapidly. Sport is not isolated from these evolutions. On the contrary, we are directly affected by them, geopolitically, economically, socially, environmentally, and technologically. We are experiencing major transformations in many areas, and as a consequence, we face a growing list of challenges that we must address if we want to stay in the competitive race. The Olympic movement has entered a new phase of transformation with the significant consequences for the entire sporting ecosystem and for international federations in particular. In an increasingly competitive world of sport, the question of relevance and, if I may dare to say, even of survival has never been more important. So, what do all these developments mean for world rowing and for the future of our sport? My intention is certainly not to cover everything that we currently have on the table. There is simply too much, and we don't have all day for that. Rather, I would like to use this opportunity to highlight and clarify a limited number of issues that I consider particularly important and in some cases sensitive. I will speak about politics, about governance, and more specifically about our future, the future of our sport and the need for us to adapt if we want not only to remain relevant, but to ensure a strong and sustainable future for the next generations of rowers. To address the challenges ahead, adaptation is not an option. It is a necessity. But adaptation and changes are never easy. They require us, at times, to lead our comfort zone, to question established models, and to reconsider the way we do things. We must adapt, certainly, but not at any cost, and certainly not by compromises the core values and the fundamentals that make rowing unique. So yes, we must adapt and change for the better, while preserving what makes rowing rowing. So allow me to start with the broader context in which we operate. I must admit that what I am about to say is quite political, well, extremely political, in fact. But as an international organization, this is simply part of the global landscape in which we operate. Unfortunately, the geopolitical environment has certainly not improved over the past year, and it's not getting better. Conflicts, tensions, and divisions continue to affect the world and our societies, and the world of sport is inevitably impacted, both directly and indirectly. Sport is connected with politics because sport and society are closely connected. And sport has more than a role. Sport has a responsibility because sport has an impact on society through inclusion, through education and the promotion of values, through health and well-being, and through its extraordinary capacity to bring people together. In a world that is increasingly divided, sport remains one of the very few platforms capable of connecting people across borders, cultures, beliefs, and differences. Sport can create bridges where others sometimes fail to do so. But this is precisely why we must protect sport. Sport organizations must remain politically neutral. Sport should not be taken hostage or instrumentalized by governments or political interests pursuing agendas that have little to do with sport itself. Maintaining the autonomy, independence, and integrity of sport is fundamental. The IOC has recently reaffirmed a strong principle. Athletes should be protected from political interference and should have the opportunity to participate in sport without being placed under political pressure. We can only strongly support this principle. This brings me to the particular situation resulting from the war that Ukraine has now been facing for 4.5 years. You are aware of the evolution of the IOC position and also of the different approaches taken by international federations. We fully appreciate the extreme sensitivity of this matter for some of our member federations. At the same time, we must recognize that perceptions and sensitiveness are different in other regions of the world. There is no easy answer, but to respond clearly to the question that have been reported to me, the decision taken by the World Rowing Executive Committee earlier this year concerning the participation of athletes holding Russian and Belarusian passports as individual neutral athletes applies for the entire 2026 season. We have taken note of the evolution of the ICC position, and in due course, we will review what World Rowing's position should be for the 2027 season. While not directly linked to the AIN question, let me also reaffirm another strong and non-negotiable principle. We protect the field of play and our victory ceremonies from political demonstrations. This principle is reflected in our statutes, and it applies irrespective of the cause being defended. Why? Because otherwise we immediately enter into an impossible debate. Who decides which cause is legitimate? Who decides which demonstration should be accepted and which should not? Our field of play must remain the place where athletes compete. Our podium must remain the place where we celebrate sporting performance. Freedom of expression is absolutely an athlete's right. Athletes have many platforms on which to express their views, convictions, and concerns. But the field of play and the podium are not the appropriate places. This is not about restricting freedom of expression. It's about respecting everyone, protecting the neutrality of competition, and preserving sport as one of the few spaces where people with different views can still come together and compete peacefully. Let me turn now to governance. Earlier this year, the 6th ASOIF governance review placed world rowing in the top group, the highest category. Furthermore, if we compare world rowing with international federations of similar size and revenues, we are at the very top of the list. This is certainly remarkable. But and of course, one of which we can be proud. But more than a ranking exercise, the ASOIF review is a tool which over the year has helped international federations assess themselves, identify areas for improvement, and progressively strengthen their governance. As I like to repeat, we are engaged in the process of continuous improvement, and as such, our governance working group has started the preparation of the next Quadrennial Congress, like the Rule Working Group, as there is no finish line. Expectations evolve, standards rise. We must continue to question ourselves and improve wherever improvement is possible. So yes, we very much welcome this recognition, but let me share a strong personal conviction. Good governance cannot be measured only by structures, rules, procedure, or control mechanisms. Ultimately, good governance relies first and foremost on people, on their integrity, their commitment, their sense of responsibility, and on the reasons why they are here. And when I look at world rowing, I can only be extremely appreciative and respectful of the people who serve our organization. We are fortunate, and I am personally very fortunate. We have an exceptional team of committed people with no other agenda than to serve our sport, support our athletes, and contribute to the best possible future for rowing. 2025 was an important year of change with significant renewal within both the Executive Committee and the Council. After these first months working together, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the commitment, constructive spirit, and collective responsibility for all the members. In particular, I would like to acknowledge Anna-Marie Phelps, who has taken on her responsibilities as Vice President with full engagement, impressive dedication, and tremendous commitment. Thank you, Anna-Marie. It's a privilege to having you in the Executive Committee. Let me also acknowledge the appointment of Ron Chen, following Article 47, paragraph 4 of our statutes. Beyond the specific rationale that you all know for this appointment, the Executive Committee is truly benefiting from Ron's extensive experience and legal expertise, which bring an additional and valuable perspective to our work. Another area of governance particularly important to me is the athletes' representation. Athletes are at the very heart of what we do. They are not simply one stakeholder among many. They are the reason why our organization exists. Even if year after year, reality reminds me that it's increasingly more a state of mind, but I still feel I am part of this group of athletes. Reality is different. Anyway, perhaps, yeah, I still feel this strongly because I like to be with this group, but I must admit that I'm not at the same level that I was. Anyway, I would therefore like to congratulate. We had the election process this week at the World Championship. I would like to, first of all, to acknowledge that we have a long list of candidates, which is absolutely fantastic. It means that our athletes want to contribute. I would like to also to congratulate the athletes that have been elected to represent classic rowing. And I will come back later to the process, but the process will continue. We will have election at the coastal championships, and also part of the membership will be appointed by the council. So we are still on the process. What I would like to mention is that athletes representation is not simply about defending the immediate interest of the athletes. The Athletes Commission is certainly not a trade union, sitting on one side of the table with the federation's leadership on the other. Its role, its responsibility are broader than that. Of course, athletes must challenge us, question us, and bring forward their concerns. But meaningful representation also means understanding the wider challenges facing our sport and contributing to finding solutions. It's not simply about having a seat at the table. It's about taking an active part in shaping the future of rowing. I will now move to another topic, the Olympic movement and our Olympic strategy. Let me start with a message you have heard from me many times over the years, probably actually since 2014 for some of you. Our history, how great it is, does not guarantee our future. Rowing has an extraordinary Olympic history. We can be proud of it, and rightly so. But history alone is not enough to secure our place for the future, more than ever. Our strategy is certainly not limited to the Olympic context. The future of rowing is much broader than the Olympic and the Paralympic Games. But you all know how crucial our position within the Olympic and Paralympic movements is, and how significant the consequences are for our sport, and very importantly for you, our member federations. The reality is simple. Being part of the Olympic and Paralympic programs, or not being part of them, is absolutely vital for our sport. It impacts visibility, recognition, and support from governments and national Olympic committees. It impacts resources, and ultimately our ability to develop rowing around the world. With the election of Kirsty Coventry as president of the IOC, the Olympic movement has entered a new era. One of her first major initiatives was to launch the Fit for the Future reform, a broad strategic reflection on how the Olympic movement should address the challenges and opportunities ahead. Following the extensive pause and reflect consultation, the work has been structured around 9 dedicated areas. I will certainly not go through all of them today. My intention is simply to highlight a few areas which I believe are particularly important for world rowing. Because these discussions are not theoretical, they will have direct consequences on us. First, the protection of female category. This is a complex area with ethical, legal, medical, and logistical implications. Well, it's not a new subject for world rowing. There was a time when eligibility for the women's category was essentially determined by the gender indicated on the passport. Over the past year, we have progressively adapted our regulation as society and the sporting environment has evolved. This has involved extensive work by experts and long discussion within the Council, ultimately leading to the latest evolution of our rules adopted, as you know, at the 2025 Quadrennial Congress. With the adoption of the new IOC policy on the protection of the female category to be implemented for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic Games, we are now assessing whether and how it should impact our own regulations and how it could be implemented in rowing. In short, eligibility under the IOC policy is based on biological sex and the use of an SRY test. A dedicated world rowing group is currently working on the matter, and the chair of the Sports Medicine Commission will provide you with a more detailed update later today. Second point, Olympic program. Let me move with this crucial development. The new approach of the Olympic program adopted last June by the 146th IOC session. First, what I personally consider a major change, even if from a purely legal perspective it may not be so significant, is the amendment of the Olympic Charter. Rowing is no longer listed in the Olympic Charter. Well, let me reassure you, neither is any other sport. The list of sports of the Olympic program has disappeared from the Charter. I say this under the control of probably the greatest expert in the room on the subject, our Honorary President Denis Oswald, who chaired the IOC Legal Affairs Commission and was entrusted with the exercise of the amendments of the Charter. Under the previous wording, being listed was not, legally speaking, an absolute guarantee of remaining on the program. So, from a purely legal perspective, one can argue that the change is not fundamental. But in terms of perception, in terms of intention, it is all but anecdotal. It reflects clearly the intention to create a more flexible Olympic program. Let me highlight just a few elements of the new process that has been adopted. From now on, evaluation and inclusion will take place at discipline level. The evaluation will be based on weighted criteria around three main areas: global appeal, cost and complexity, athletes. There will be two channels. One for the incumbent disciplines based on the Paris 2024 program, and one for the candidate disciplines. And ultimately, the lower ranked incumbent discipline may be compared with the highest ranked candidate discipline. The principle is quite simple. To bring one in, one has to go out. The process to determine the Olympic program for Brisbane 2032 has started. Classic rowing is part of the incumbent disciplines. Beach sprint rowing, however, despite being included in the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic program, must go through the candidate discipline evaluation process for Brisbane 32. And we have submitted our file. So what does all this mean for rowing? If we are realistic, also rowing is highly regarded for the values it represents and for its contribution to Olympism. We must also recognize our challenges when assessed against criteria such as global appeal, cost, and complexity. Are we in immediate danger? Probably not. Are we at risk for the future? The answer is yes. And anyone who believes that our great history alone will protect us is simply wrong. We are under pressure and we need to recognize it. On cost and complexity, you will remember the long journey that eventually led us to Marina Stadium for Los Angeles 28. And looking further ahead to Brisbane 32, you will also see the public debate surrounding the proposed rowing venue at Rockhampton. As you know, the initial decision was taken without consultation with World Rowing. Since then, however, we have been fully engaged in a collaborative process with the organizing committee and the relevant stakeholders, and we agreed to undertake a thorough technical assessment to determine whether the proposed field of play can meet the requirements of our sport. You will receive today an update from LA 28 and Brisbane 32. But let me come back to what I consider perhaps the most important elements of this new evaluation framework for us: global appeal. Irrespective of the Olympic program itself, we already know that it is a crucial issue for the future of rowing, which brings me directly to the SECR project. Adaptation, I just said, is not an option. In a fast-moving and increasingly competitive world of sport, the fundamental question is simple. How can rowing remain relevant? Relevant for young people to push the door of our clubs. Relevant for media and broadcasters to maintain their interest. Relevant for the IOC to keep rowing in the Olympic program. Relevant for governments and local authorities to continue supporting our sport, and relevant for organizing committees to want to host and deliver our events. This was the purpose. No, we have been actually addressing these challenges for quite some time. We're not waking up today. And at the heart of the discussion is one fundamental issue: attractiveness. The attractiveness of our sport and the attractiveness of our events, because attractiveness, or the lack of it, has consequences throughout the entire ecosystem. This was the purpose of the SECR project launched at the 2023 Congress. The process is taking longer than we initially expected, simply because the equation is truly complex. In short, all the stakeholders of our ecosystem have been largely involved to address the challenges. The challenges were discussed from the different perspectives: sport, athletes, team, but also presentation and promotion, media, broadcasters, events, organizing committees, and also fans and other stakeholders, how to get more people connected to our sport. There is actually broad agreement on the diagnosis. The facts are clear. The weaknesses are known. Where views sometimes diverge is on the solutions. But ultimately, we must all recognize that adaptations, compromises, and efforts will be necessary. One particular challenge is deeply embedded in the culture of our sport. Rowing is heavily focused on training, and our sporting model is very much concentrated around two major objectives. First and foremost, the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games, and to a lesser extent, the World Championships. This sometimes leads to situations that are difficult to understand. Let me give you a very recent example. At one of our international events, the national team was holding a training camp on the opposite side of the same lake of the competition, staying in the same hotel as some of the teams competing in the event. This was clearly not a question of travel, cost, or resources. It was purely a sporting decision. Fair enough, the decision has to be respected, but it illustrates the challenge. Our international season is already relatively short. Our visibility compared with many other sports is therefore limited. If our best athletes are then not present at our major international competitions, how can we expect media, broadcasters, fans, or organizing committees to remain interested? We need the athletes. We need the confrontation. We need the competitions. Low participation damages the promotion of the sports, but it also damages the business case of our organizing committees. Hosting an international event requires significant resources, increasingly difficult to secure in an extremely competitive environment. If participation is weak, attractiveness decreases. If attractiveness decreases, resources become more difficult to find, and we enter a vicious circle. So ultimately, the question is, what efforts, what compromises, and what adaptation are we collectively prepared to make? That is at the core of the SECR project. It has already delivered important changes. The World Rowing Championships program and the new progression system are two concrete examples which today appear to be well accepted. More remains to be done, and you will receive a more detailed update later this afternoon. Not only for information, but also for interaction. You are part of this process, and your engagement is your contribution are essential during the phase of consultation and discussion, and decision will follow. Before leaving this subject, let me address another point which regularly comes back in discussions about attractiveness: race distance. I fully recognize the promotional potential of sprint racing. Next month, we will inaugurate the first edition of the Shanghai Sprints. It's a fantastic opportunity in an iconic location to promote our sport and, above all, our athletes in a spectacular and festive environment. We are delighted with the partnership with Shanghai, and I'm convinced that our athletes and the teams will have a great experience. So yes, sprint formats can be an excellent promotional platform, but should they become the core of the sport? For me, the answer is clearly no. Innovation and change do not mean abandoning the fundamentals. Those who believe that rowing will suddenly become more attractive simply because we reduce the distance are, in my view, profoundly mistaken. Such a dramatic change is not by itself the solution to our challenges. Yes, we live in a world of immediacy, a world of speed, instant information, and instant recognition, partly driven by technology and social media. But simply following every trend will risk sacrificing precisely those characteristics and values that make our sport unique and respected. And technology should certainly not be seen as a threat. On the contrary, it offers extraordinary opportunities. More images, more information, more data to share, more opportunity to create excitement and bring our athletes closer to the public. And we have seen here in Amsterdam good examples. So let us improve, let us innovate, let us change, but without throwing away what makes rowing unique, what makes rowing respected, and ultimately what makes rowing rowing. Before concluding, let me repeat that what I've just shared with you is not a full report on everything we have on the table, everything what rowing is doing. Far from it. I have deliberately focused on only a few subjects which I consider particularly important and relevant to highlight today, based also on a number of discussions I have had with some of you. And while a significant part of my remarks has focused on classic rowing, this certainly does not reflect the full picture. Our vision and our strategy are much broader than classic rowing alone. We have 3 disciplines, each with an important role to play in the future of our sport. We continue to develop coastal rowing, we continue to develop indoor and connecting rowing, and across all our disciplines, the continued development of para-rowing remains a core priority. Beyond the disciplines themselves, many other projects are progressing across development, events, innovation, sustainability, commercial activities, and the wider organization of our sport. So the fact that I have not addressed these areas today certainly does not mean that they are less important. A lot is happening, I can tell you, a lot is changing, and a lot remains to be done. But our direction is clear. We must continue to adapt and innovate and strengthen our sport across all its disciplines and all its dimensions, while preserving the value and the fundamentals. This is our collective responsibility, and this is how we will ensure a strong and sustainable future for the next generations of rowers. Thank you very much. So back to the agenda. Moving to the next reports now. You have the Vice President's report in the file, at the time report from Vice President Trisha Smith. There are no specific comment on the report itself, on the 2025 report. However, it's my pleasure to give the floor to our Vice President, Anna-Marie Phelps, for additional points she would like to make. Anna-Marie.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to bring Congress up to date on one matter that the President has already referred to earlier today. I was delighted to be asked to be the point of contact between the International Paralympic Committee and World Rowing, and to support the Para Rowing Commission when they need support. Being an Olympic and Paralympic sport is incredibly powerful, not just for us as a community, but also for giving our sport access to bigger and broader audiences. Para rowing has been a growing part of our sport for over 20 years now, and it's a hugely valuable part of our rowing family. It's introduced incredible athletes with powerful stories to tell, bringing new and positive perspectives to training and racing, and opening up new funding opportunities. And we've had excellent engagement with the IPC here all the way through this week. You're all now aware of the new discipline criteria for Olympic inclusion, I hope, after hearing our President speak this morning. And as you'd expect, the IPC also review their sport program every 4 years. And they too look at governance and integrity, but particularly at participation by the number of countries each across all 4 years. So in order to be counted, you have to have activity in para rowing in your country that we can prove to the IPC every year of the 4-year cycle. The Paralympic Games have now reached the maximum number of sports that they are able to have on their program, and they are looking at a case of 1 in, 1 out. So it's a competitive process, and there are sports out there looking to join the Paralympic program. The threshold for sports to remain on the Paralympic program is 32 nations actively participating each year. Our development team work with about 55 federations at the moment, but over the last Paralympic cycle, only 32 were active every year. So we are on the threshold, and we're in this competitive process. I just wanted to reassure you that we take this seriously, make you aware of where we sit. Along with the Para Rowing Commission and the development team and our continental representatives, we'll be working with you and all the stakeholders on a new strategy to help support the establishment of para rowing programs in new countries, especially in those larger federations that have well-established Olympic success, but really no full program of para rowing in them, and to strengthen our position across sport, as well as looking for new programs in new federations. So I just wanted to say that I look forward to engaging with many of you on this matter over the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna-Marie. Do you have any question and comments on the reports of the President and Vice President? Yes, Maurice. If it's just a comment, we will provide you with a microphone. If it's a presentation...
No, it's not a presentation, it's just a comment. Thank you very much. Moritz Petri, President of the German Rowing Federation. First of all, Anna-Marie, thanks a lot for reminding us with regard to para. We just did it the last year that we just have one national team, so we do not classify if it's para or not. So it's just one team. Second comment on Jean-Christophe, on your report. I just had the pleasure 2 weeks ago to talk and had an appointment with Kirsty Coventry, our IOC president. And I just want to underline what you have said. She was saying that we have to adapt rowing, and that she's, of course, very positive with regard to the future of rowing, but she also said, or were speaking very positively, especially about your personal work. And this is why I want to make this comment and say thank you very much to your work for our sport. And I think we all should make you as strong as we can for the negotiations with the IOC in order that we keep our sports in the Olympic program. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. We are now going to the report of the Treasurer. There is no additional remark from the Treasurer on the report, and as you know, we will have a full section on finance, so I don't think that we have too much to say about that right now. And now I'm passing the floor to the Executive Director for additional comment on his report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am not intending to repeat what is in the report provided on pages 13 to 22 of your agenda papers, which I know you will have read. My aim is to put the strategic presentations that you will see this afternoon. We spend the entire afternoon on strategic matters, because they relate directly to the 10 strategic priorities which we have identified during the year 2025 and completed. I also wanted to anticipate a little in terms of what you can expect this afternoon, so we can dive straight into it following lunch. So we have chosen 4 topics for later today, all of which are referred to in one way or another in your report. So first, in relation to the very first objective, classic rowing, and specifically, the Strategic Event and Calendar Review, SECR project, as our president just referred to. You might have heard me refer to this project as the most critical and possibly existential for us, and I continue to believe this is the case. It's about shaping our future calendar and events from 2029 onwards, a work that we have progressed throughout the year 2025, of course, and which has already delivered a few outcomes. Revised program and progression system, changing in sports presentation elements, including victory ceremonies, the facilitation of doubling up, the introduction of mixed boats, the creation of new classic rowing events such as the Shanghai Sprints, for instance. So we will dedicate the largest portion of the afternoon to this project with Eva Santo and Henk Jan, respectively the chairs of our events and competitive commissions, leading the way, and with the expectations of your full engagement considering what is at stake. We'll have about 2 hours this afternoon solely on that single existential and critical project. Second, in relation to our objective number 4, again in reference to the 10 objective in your report, related to the world rowing transformation, and specifically in this case, a review of our attribution process of events. We had always intended that on the back of our event and calendar review, which is now coming to a conclusion, we would review our entire process. That project is also highly critical for all the reasons you know and possibly others you don't, and we will discuss that later today. So with the event review set to conclude, the work has started with the appointment earlier in the summer of a renowned agency called the Sports Consultancy, a global expert in bid strategy and in host procurement. TSC, the Sports Consultancy, will be supporting us through the first element of the review, which is a strategic review, and eventually with the attribution process itself from 2027 onwards. So the Sports Consultancy will be presenting everything you need to know at this stage in the afternoon, but I can already anticipate two elements. The first is that we know it is very challenging to host world rowing events. We know it requires complex discussions and a certain level of funding and commercial know-how as well, for which World Rowing needs to provide you with greater support. That is the plan. This is why we are reviewing our process in depth and bringing experts on board to do that. We hope to help you with the burden of hosting an event, and you will hear this afternoon how we expect to do that. And also to anticipate that we will launch in January of 27, in just about 4 months, the attribution process for the 29 to 2032 World Championships and World Cups in priority, as well as other events, but the priority will be put on the classic World Rowing Championships and World Cups. Third, in relation to objective number 2, which is linked to coastal rowing and beach print rowing in particular, with our Beach Print 360 strategy and the World Rowing Beach Print series of 27 to 28. Earlier this year, the World Rowing Joint Commissions and Council validated our Beach Print 360 strategy, 6 strategic pillars to support the global sustainable growth of the discipline, including at the Olympic Games. A key element of that strategy is the development of a new beach print rowing competition titled as the World Rowing Beach Print Series. This afternoon, we will tell you a little bit more about it and announce the hosts of the inaugural editions of 2027 and 2028. So that's in the afternoon, paving the road to Los Angeles. Fourth, in relation to objective number 8, the Shanghai House of Rowing, as we've labeled it, and the creation of the World Rowing Shanghai Sprints. You will remember at the 2025 Congress, we announced a first legacy of the World Rowing Championships of 25 in Shanghai with the creation of this new event, set to debut in just a few weeks. The qualified teams and athletes for this inaugural edition have already been announced, following their qualification at last year's World Championships. 2 competition notices have already been sent, and this afternoon we will tell you which teams and athletes have been invited to the 2027 editions following their qualification at this week's World Championships in Amsterdam. So very much looking forward to good discussions in the afternoon with 4 highly critical projects on the journey of transforming the reach, the image, and the revenues of our sport. Please allow me to also not conclude without thanking the outstanding World Rowing team I have the privilege and pride to lead. It is a very small team, one that is working very hard to produce the best possible rowing experiences every day for your teams and for your athletes in a global context that, as we've heard, in many ways is globally challenging. Do not hesitate to get to know the team and to extend your appreciation to them, which they undoubtedly deserve. Thank you very much, and we're looking forward to seeing you this afternoon for these important sessions.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments? We can now proceed with the approval of this report. We will proceed as usual, not going report by report, but having in block voting for the 4 reports that you have just been presented, President, Vice President, Treasurer, and Executive Director. Any opposition to this proposal? Oh, 100 Swiss francs. So, no. I will now invite the Executive Director to proceed with the vote for the approval of the reports.
Certainly. Vote number 2, do you approve the 2025 reports of the President, Vice President, the Treasurer, and the Executive Director? Yes, no, or abstain? You have 30 seconds. Lumi, can you please open the vote?
We are supposed to start at 10.
Make it 20 seconds.
Give it another 10 seconds. Five seconds. Lumi, can you please close the vote? Thank you.
And present the results. Total possible votes 126, valid vote cast 115, yes 100%. Thank you very much. The 2025 reports of the President, Vice President, Treasurer, and the Executive Director are approved. Moving now to item 6 of the agenda regarding the reports of the chairs of the commissions. So as I mentioned earlier on, we will have a few interventions here, and I will start with the chair of the Asset Commission, Frida Svensson. Frida, please.
Dear delegates, Mr. President, sorry for the short delay. I would just like to say a few words about the first part of the second election of Athletes Commission that took place here in Amsterdam this weekend. For the Athletes Commission, we had 25 outstanding candidates, 19 for classic rowing and 6 for beach sprint. We will not share the names yet, but I would like to say a warm welcome to the first 4 elected athletes from classic rowing. 10 athletes will get together and form World Rowing Athletes Commission from the 1st of January 2027. They will start a journey, their work, to best support athletes, EU member federations, and the work of World Rowing for future of rowing. Remember, you don't have to know everything from the start. I ask you all, dear delegates, dear colleagues, please continue to educate, encourage, and support our athletes and the Future Athletes Commission on their journey, their work for our sport. You will be the ones they turn to for advice and guidance. Athletes are at the heart of everything we do, and this is thanks to you. Thank you for keeping the athlete in the center of the decision-making progress. I would also like to take the opportunity to say a big thank you to my colleagues on both sides. To all of you, it's been a true pleasure to get to know you all through the years. Thank you for your support to the Commission, but also to me in my role as the chair. You will forever be the rowing family, and it's close to my heart. Thank you for educating me, for challenging me, and for giving all the athletes the opportunity to make our voice heard at the highest part of the decision-making process. It's not a thank you, it's not a goodbye, I've loved every minute of my work, and I will share everything I learned with the future Commission members. Thank you for everything.
I invite Philip Lubitsch, Chair of the Indoor Rowing Commission, to make his remarks. Philip, please.
Dear delegates, dear President, I just want to update you on two things that are happening or have happened in 2026. The first is the Virtual Sports Forum Plus that we have co-hosted for the third time with the Japan Sports Council. At this forum, we had 140 delegates from the IOC, International Sports Federations, other IFs, and especially important for us, rowing manufacturers and rowing app developers. What's very important for us is the physical activity and the virtual world can be combined in esports. And one of the really important things that came out of this virtual sports forum was the Lausanne Declaration to shape, expand, and safeguard the future of virtual sport. This is incredibly important for us to be one of the leading federations in the area of virtual sports and esports. And the second item that I want to update you on is that we have an in-person World Championships. I'm going to ask the team to move the slide forward so you can get the details on it. So we are co-hosting with British Rowing in Birmingham on December 5th and 6th of 2026. This can be the first test for your federation in the 2027 season. So December 26th, the British team will be racing, and we have some other very high-profile athletes who will be there. So I encourage you to get some of your athletes across to Birmingham in December to race, as well as your members. This is an opportunity for your members, both juniors and masters, to compete over 2,500 meters. And it will be the first time we are using officially our new adaptive categories, which are aligning closely with Invictus and Concept 2. So if you scan the QR code, you'll find all the details so that you can share across your members and your national team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philippe. And now I'm asking Chair of the Sports Medicine Commission, Mike Wilkinson, to make his presentation. Mike, thank you.
Thanks very much, JC. I won't give a scientific or medical presentation here, but just to update you briefly on where we are within World Rowing on the new IOC policy that JC mentioned earlier. As you know, it was introduced in March, and essentially all entrants into female category events for LA 2028 are required to undergo an SRY genetic screen prior to that date. The initial guidance was if it is a qualification event or potential qualification event for LA 28, you should have testing in place for that time. The testing has been passed on as a responsibility to likely member federations and national Olympic committees. It is not required for the Paralympic Games at this stage. It's a once-in-a-lifetime test. It's a screening test, so not a diagnostic test. In other words, it does not tell you any other genetic information. It does not tell you any disease risks or anything like that. It simply looks for the presence of the SRY gene, which determines testosterone sensitivity and testicular development. If that one-time test is negative, then you are declared eligible to compete. At this time, it is only for LA 28. We do not know what's happening in future. As you are aware, some other federations have been testing since September last year, in other words, World Athletics. FIVB, and World Boxing and FIS. So it has been done in a number of other federations. The timelines that are important to you as federations is that those results need to be available at the very latest by the 24th of March 2028. That is when the NOC will submit requests for accreditation to the IOC and will require a verification process after that. For World Rowing, we've been working very closely with Lenka and Anne-Marie. Thank you very much for your guidance on this. And looking to restrict the testing to the Olympic events and qualification competitions for LA 2028 for senior elite female events. So not within the juniors, not within under 23. And the only caveat I'd put in there is that if you have an under 23 or a minor athlete that is in your team for the senior events, obviously they will need to undergo that screening. For World Rowing, we expect that we will be altering the bylaw changes for the first quarter of 2027. With implementation, our first qualification event, as you can see, is the Euro Games beach sprints in June. And then we will need to undergo further extraordinary Congress rule changes later on. I think I just point out some of the issues that as a member federation, you should be considering and looking at, and obviously we could spend weeks talking about the ethics and the legal issues and safeguarding, but essentially it's really key what we've seen in the process here is education not only of your athletes, but your entire federation, your support staff and coaches. And we will be providing some templates developed through ASOF and IOC, but also think very carefully on your data security and results management. And this should be managed by your medical team. And what we are saying, best practices, is that the screening is done as part of your periodic health exam. So it's done by a physician that knows the athlete, is able to do some pre-screening to minimize any unexpected positive results. Understand this is a screening test. There is a chance of false positives, and so there are certain protocols that need to be followed for that. We will identify local labs so that you have access to these accredited labs so that you know where to be getting the tests, but also consider what are the logistics of running the tests, the costs, and obviously funding. We do plan to send out a survey to all of you and your medical staff to find out whether any of you would be interested in World Rowing arranging for testing to be done at some of our events. And we understand that in some countries, these tests are actually illegal, and specifically in France and Norway. And so we need to figure out ways to help facilitate that for you. An initial suggestion was the events that are up there, but we're open to suggestions. And I did present this to your medical teams earlier in the week. For World Rowing, really what we are fortunate in that on our medical commission, we have some of the world experts in this area, and we already have a World Rowing Sex Advisory Panel in place. So we will be helping to facilitate any complex or positive results. We'll also be looking at specialist resources around the world that you'll be able to access if needed. Other things is really the medical management and post-results management. So what's the appeals process? What specialists need to be involved in the case of an unexpected positive result, and how do we manage that? Working with IOC and ASOF to get sort of more uniform reports and results management processes. If you are interested, these are two of the areas where you can actually view the policy if you really want to spend some time getting back to sleep very quickly. There is a frequently asked questions, and also as World Rowing is a signature of the Center for Sport and Human Rights, they also address some of the legal issues. And just in final, I'd also like to just welcome the two new members to the Commission, which would be Annick Priesterbach from Netherlands, and also Kate Ackerman from the USA, who have joined the Sports Medicine Commission to support in this. So thank you very much. Happy to take any questions either now or later on, which is more efficient.
Thank you very much, Mike. There is no additional remark from the chairs of the specialist commissions, but if you have any comments, any questions, remarks on any of the reports, please raise your hand. Okay, so I think we are ready for the next vote. Mr. Executive Director.
Certainly. Vote number 3, do you approve the 2025 reports of the chairs of the specialist commissions? Yes, no, abstain, and you have about 30 seconds. Lumi, can you please open the vote? Another 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oliver, Lumi, can you please close the vote? Thank you.
And the result, valid vote cast 121, yes 121. Thank you. All the reports are approved. Point 7 on the agenda. We are now moving with the reports of the continental representatives and the co-opted members. Same, you have the report in your files. None of them would like to make any additional points or remark. So, do you have any questions? Moving to the vote, Mr.
Vote number 4. Do you approve the 2025 reports of the continental representatives and co-opted members? You have 30 seconds to vote yes, no, or abstain. Oliver, can you open the vote, please? Another 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oliver, can you please close the vote?
And the results, valid vote cast 125, yes 124, no 1. The reports are approved. Thank you. So we are now moving to an exciting section from the 8.8 to point 13 related to finance. I'm going to pass the floor to the treasurer, Gary Channingham, to first present the 2025 financial report and statements.
Thank you, JC. Indeed, first of all, I'd like to take you through our financial statements for 2025. On the screen, you see our profit and loss statement for 2024 and 25. This is also page 70 of the agenda papers. What you see on the bottom of this page is that we realized an operational result of around 93,000 Swiss francs. This was versus a budget of minus 274,000 Swiss francs. So result was better than what we had budgeted for. Various factors played a role here. The most important one was stricter cost control. So that's on the operational side of things. I think the more exciting element on this profit and loss statement is the gain of almost 2 million on our investment portfolio. As most of you know, after the Olympics, we receive around $60 million from the IOC that we then spent in the following years, which means that in the beginning of that each 4-year cycle, we have a substantial amount of cash. We manage that conservatively through an investment portfolio, so a portfolio of bonds, shares, and precious metals and commodities. And what happened over the year 2025 is that increased uncertainty in the world led to a substantial increase in especially the latter category of precious metals and commodities. Together with increases in the other asset categories, that led to this 2 million increase on our investment portfolio. Please note that this is still a profit on paper. It's not cash in our bank account. And if the underlying assets devalue again, you would also see a loss here. So this is on our profit and loss statement. Then I'd like to take you through exactly the balance sheet. It's page 69 of the agenda papers. As said, and that you see reflected here, end 2024, we received the first 2 installments of the IOC, and then the last installment in 25, leading to around 20 million of current assets. And as said, from this, every year we draw 4 million to fund our operations. And that's also reflected here on the bottom end of the page, where you see liabilities of 13.7 million Swiss francs reserved for expenses in the coming years. And then you also see our permanent reserve of 3.6 million that now will increase by 2 million, given the positive result on the portfolio, which also is something we badly need to become less dependent on the IOC. So that's on the financial statement itself. Then taking you also to the auditor's report on page 67.
Maybe before we can
Questions
open,
here first.
yeah, maybe if you have any question on the statement, the 2025 statement. It's not the case, so yeah, thank you for moving to the auditor's report.
Yes. So that's on page 67 of the agenda papers. And thanks to continued efforts of Pratik Gumbar, we had a very smooth audit process this year, resulting again in an unqualified opinion.
Moving to item 10. So the next point on the agenda is the approval of the financial statement. So I will now hand the floor to the Executive Director to conduct the vote.
Agenda item 10 and vote number 5. Do you approve the 2025 financial statements? Yes, no, abstain. You have about 30 seconds. Oliver, Lumi, can you please open the vote? Thank you. Another 10 seconds. 5. One more. We get some more votes still coming. Oliver, can you please close the vote? Thank you.
And present the results. Valid vote cast 123, yes 123, abstention 2. So thank you. The 2025 accounts are approved. So we're now moving to item 11, determination of entrance fee and annual subscription. You will remember that following extended discussion, this matter has been dealt with at the 2024 Ordinary Congress and again at the 2025 Catalonia Congress when it was revised and the final proposal was adopted. So it's clear that it was decided for the next 4 years and the plan is known. So no change. Any question? No question. So we can move now to item 12. It's about the budget of the following year, 2027. I guess it's on the page 74. So you have the 4-year plan, and I leave the floor to the treasurer.
Thank you. Indeed, you see the 4-year budget. I think most relevant here, after given that auditor took you through 2025, is that for 2026 we have revised the budget from minus 89,000 Swiss francs to a minus of 249. And the difference here is roughly the more positive result that we realized in 2025, so that over the 4-year period, the net effect is nil. So we have some costs shifted from 2025 that are included here, and I think some other elements are investments that we are making. Then for 2027 and 28, there are no changes vis-à-vis the budget that we showed you in last year for the 4-year period. So any questions on that?
No questions, so we're moving to the vote of the 2027 budget.
And that is vote number 6. Do you approve the budget for 2027? Yes, no, abstain. Oliver, can you please open the vote? Thank you. Another 10 seconds. Another 5 seconds. I will close the vote. Oliver, can you please close the vote? Thank you.
And the result, valid vote cast 114, yes 114, abstain 10. Thank you. The budget is approved. Moving to item 13, appointment of the external auditors. So as Article 33, paragraph 2 said that the auditors are appointed each year by the Congress based on a recommendation for the Internal Audit Committee. And the treasurer, who is also chair of the Internal Audit Committee, is recommending to the Congress to stay with the current auditors, PwC. Any question? If not, I consider this recommendation as approved. Oh no, we will
vote if just to be absolutely straight with the procedure. And to stay high on the ASOIF Global Governance rankings.
It was a test.
This is vote number 7. Do you approve the recommendation of the Internal Audit Committee to appoint PricewaterhouseCoopers as external auditors for 2026? Yes, no, abstain. You have about 30 seconds. Oliver, Lumi, can you please open the vote? Thank you. Another 10 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. Oliver, can you close the vote, please? Thank you.
And the result, valid vote cast 122, yes 122, abstention 3. Thank you. You have approved the auditors for the 2026 accounts. So next point, actually it's not a point. I think we all deserved a coffee break. Adopted. Do you need a vote for that? No. So we are having now a short coffee break. Can I ask you to come back to the room 5 minutes to 11 so that we can start and stay on time? So you have a 25 minutes break. Thank you. Ouais, parce que...
almost there, huh? I think that was good.
Sorry? Dear delegates, take your seats. I'm going to resume the Congress. Okay, I hope you have enjoyed this coffee break. Another opportunity also for you to discuss and to know each other. So we are now back to the agenda on point 14. In accordance with Article 35 and 47 of the statutes, we have a few elections this year for the Council. Today, we're going to elect the chairs of the following commissions: competitive rowing, events, master rowing, para rowing, and powering. You have in the agenda papers the document regarding the candidates to the different positions. And we will proceed as usual for each of these election as follow. A delegate of the member federation of the candidate will make a short presentation. And you will have then the opportunity to make comments and remarks or ask questions. And we will move with the electronic vote. For clarity, let me just say that the candidate must receive an absolute majority as per Article 32 of our statutes. That is to say, more than 50% of the valid vote cast. Also, we have only one candidate. I remind you that abstentions are not considered as valid vote cast. So, any question on the process? If not, we can move with the first election of this point 14. It will be about the chair of the Competitive Rowing Commission. We have received from the Netherlands one candidacy, candidate Henk-Jan Zwolle, and I will ask the president of the Dutch Rowing Federation, Seada van der Erik, to come to the stage. Thank you.
Oh. Oh, well, no spoken word poem today, but I do have three kind messages why I think we should elect Henk-Jan again for this important position. First of all, because I think the Competitive Commission has done some great work the last years on the ranking system, which is really important for the future of rowing and to support potentially multiple series that you want to run in the rowing world. Secondly, he is representing the Fairness Committee at World Championships. And I think the whole Fairness Committee did a great job. I mean, we had some challenges with weather and current environments, but they weathered it all. So, and they had to withstand quite some arguments from teams and coaches and athletes on the one hand side. And then there were the media and commercial people and the audience people on the other hand side. And well, I think the fairness people, they stood their ground, and the executive committee came up with sound decisions. And the whole organization was able to implement 5 solutions to actually make sure we keep the balance for fair racing for the athletes and fair for the audience. So great work by the Fairness Committee. Thank you, Henk-Jan. And thirdly, the way he does it. So I asked some of the people he works with from World Rowing and also from the committee. And so I'll give a few quotes of what they said about him. They said, well, there's Dutch directness, which you recognize probably. And sometimes he will give an answer as no, but he will always stay curious to look for other solutions, to listen for your arguments, and be respectful of everyone's opinion. So people said he always prepares the meeting, there is always an agenda, and he always manages the meetings well. And he's really not a difficult person to work with. That's a British remark, of course. And then, most important, he has passion for the sport and he's very rigorous in the execution. So I hope those are enough arguments for you to vote for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seada. And now we're moving with the voting.
Vote number 8. Do you agree to elect Henk-Jan Verlee from the Netherlands as chair of the Competitive Rowing Commission? Yes, no, abstain. You have 30 seconds. Oliver, Lumi, can you please open the vote? Thank you. Give it another 10 seconds or so. Five. Oliver, Lumi, can you please close the vote? Thank you.
And present the results. Valid vote cast 115, yes 112, no 3, abstain 3. Thank you. Henk-Jan, congratulations. You are elected as chair of the Competitive Rowing Commission starting on the 1st of January 2027. Next on the list, we are going to elect the chair of the Events Commission. We have received one submission from Hungary, Eva Santo, and I will ask Otto Cses, the president of the Hungarian Rowing Federation, to come to the stage. Otto, thank you.
President, dear delegates, dear rowing friends. On behalf of the Hungarian Rowing Association, it's my pleasure and privilege to present Eva Santo, candidate for the role of the chair of the Event Commission. She has been a member of the Event Commission since 2010 and elected chair of the Commission since 2018. If re-elected, she aspires to continue focusing on strategic goals, on one of which is creating a better framework for world rowing events globally with enhanced athletes and fun experience, as well as working on operational details throughout constantly improving event delivery process. Eva's experience outside of rowing, including years of teaching, training, and consultancy work, leading sports organizations, and organizing committees of major international and multi-sports events. I have known Eva for many years, and I know that one of her key drivers in the belief in people and teamwork. This makes her perfectly capable of building good, strong relationships with colleagues and organization committees and empowering people. Her relationship within the rowing family are professional, constructive, and achieved through close cooperation and communication. Her knowledge, expertise, integrity, and leadership skills, as well as her commitment to our sports and our shared values, are undisputable. I believe that her proven track record, her broad-minded, strategic and constructive approach can greatly contribute to the work of the Council and makes her an excellent candidate for the role of the chair of the Events Commission. Hungarian Rowing, and I strongly encourage you to vote for Eva Santo as chair of the Events Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Otto. And now we move to the vote.
Vote number 9. Do you agree to elect Eva Santo from Hungary as chair of the Events Rowing Commission? Yes, no, abstain, 30 seconds. Oliver, can you please open the vote? Thank you. We'll give it another 10 seconds. Five. Okay, Oliver, Lumi, can you please close the vote? Thank you.
And the results. Valid vote cast 123, yes 119, no 4. Congratulations, Eva, you are elected chair of the Events Commission. Coming next, chair of the Master Rowing Commission. We have received one candidacy from the United States of America, Ronald Chen, and I will ask the chair of the U.S. Rowing Board, Mr. Robert Zagonis, to come to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to recommend for re-election the chair of the Masters Commission of World Rowing, Ron Chen. Ron's been involved with World Rowing for many decades, as many of you know. He's on the executive committee at the moment. But let me talk about Masters Rowing a little bit. And to do that, I think one can look at the numbers. If one compares the growth of Masters Rowing and the Masters Regatta in Banyoles in 2025 to what is expected to happen here in Bled in 2026, the numbers are pretty darn impressive. You have 300 or 3,400 participants going to 4,700 participants, which is a 38% increase, which is pretty dramatic. And then you have the number of races of 763 for Banyoles to almost 1,000 races coming up. So it's indicative of the work that Ron has been doing under the commission, and I think is really impressive. So his reelection is certainly justified. But it's not just that, it's also the ability for the interaction with the participants is easier, it's better, and I think it just lends itself to the whole idea of making Masters experience really, really positive on the world level. Not only that, but the Masters Commission will continue to support the ecosystem of rowing by continuing a €1 per seat donation to youth rowing for the world's development. So I think that's really nice as well. So it's a lot of positive things going on. It's without reservation that I recommend that Ron continues his work as chair to develop the importance of Masters rowing in the world, and would recommend him, without question. So please vote for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And vote.
We'll proceed to vote number 10. Do you agree to elect Ronald Chen from the USA as chair of the Masters Rowing Commission? Yes, no, abstain, 30 seconds. Oliver, please. Ten seconds. 10 seconds.
You're right.
5 seconds. Please complete your votes. Oliver Lemy, can you please close the vote? Thank you.
And the results, valid vote cast 122, yes 118, no 4. Congratulations, Ron, you're elected as chair of the Masters Commission. Moving forward, we are going to elect the chair of the Para Rowing Commission, candidate Rebecca Thomas Hall, nominated by Canada. And I will ask the president of Rowing Canada, Tracy Black, to come to the stage, please.
Long walk from the front row, sorry. Hello, everyone. On behalf of Rowing Canada Aviron, I am very pleased to speak today in support of Rebecca Orr's re-election as the chair of the World Rowing Para-Rowing Commission. Many of you know her. Rebecca brings a unique combination of technical expertise, governance experience, and a long-standing commitment to para-rowing. Her involvement with world rowing spans nearly 2 decades, beginning as an international technical classifier in 2008. Since then, she has contributed at numerous international regattas and has served on the classification advisory panel since 2018. Rebecca was first selected to the Para Rowing Commission in 2015, became the interim chair in 2021, and was elected the chair in 2022. Throughout her time in leadership, she has focused on the continued development, integration, and sustainability of para rowing across our sport. Under her leadership, the Commission has supported several important initiatives, including the introduction of the Inclusion Mixed Double Sculls event in the Coastal Beach Sprints, the addition of PR3 men's and women's single sculls events at the U23 level, and the development of adaptive indoor rowing categories that broaden participation opportunities for athletes around the world. Equally important has been her commitment to collaboration. Rebecca has worked closely with athletes, coaches, member federations, classifiers, and other World Rowing Commissions, and the International Paralympic Committee to ensure that para-rowing perspectives are represented in key discussions and decisions affecting the future of our sport. We heard this morning from Anna Marie Phelps about the importance of para-rowing to our sport. The Para-Rowing Commission will also continue to be important to our sport. Rebecca has demonstrated strong leadership, sound judgment, and a proven ability to bring people together to advance para-rowing internationally. Canada is proud to support her candidacy and respectfully encourages your support for her re-election as chair of the Para-Rowing Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Going to the vote.
This will be vote number 11. Do you agree to elect Rebecca Thomas Orr from Canada as chair of the Para Rowing Commission? Yes, no, abstain. Oliver, please open the vote. Another 10 seconds, please. Five seconds. Oliver Lemy, can you please close the vote? Thank you.
And the results, valid vote cast 126, yes 121, no 5. Congratulations, Rebecca. And let me see. Yes, last election on point number 14. We're going to elect the chair of the umpiring commission. We have received one candidate submission from Spain, Angela Alonso Fernandez. And to present the candidate, I will ask the president of the Spanish Rowing Federation, Miguel Ángel Milan Carrascosa, to come to the stage. Sorry for the pronunciation.
Good morning. Dear President Jean-Christophe, dear delegates, today it's a great pleasure for me, to present Angela Alonso, candidate to the re-election as chair of the World Rowing and Parring Commission. Angela has been involved in rowing for 35 years, including 25 years as an umpire. Rowing is not only a sport for her, it is an important part of her life. In March 2025, you elected her as a chair of the umpiring commission, and since then she was working with great energy, together with her commission, to develop umpiring around the world, expand education and development opportunities, make umpiring more approachable and accessible, and bring the Commission closer to umpires and members' federation. Angela also believes strongly in diversity and international representation. Today, the Umpiring Commission includes members from every region of the world and has an equal number of women and men. But I think numbers only tell part of the story. Those who work with Angela know that she is direct, committed, and always ready to help. She listens. She talks for solutions, and when she gives her word, she takes responsibility for it. She also brings valuable experience from her professional career in leadership, management, and technology. She wants to use that experience to continue modernizing umpiring education and to prepare umpiring for the future of our sport. Most importantly, Angela believes that a chair must be available to the rowing community, and her door is always open for the federations and press, athletes and colleagues. She will listen to you, she will be honest with you, and she will work hard for you. Angela is asking for your confidence to continue the work already started with the same confidence, openness, and sense of responsibility. On behalf of the Spanish Rowing Federation that I'm the president, I'm very proud to support Angela Alonso for re-election as chair of the World Rowing and Parring Commission. I kindly ask her your support and your vote. Thanks so much to everybody.
Thank you very much, Miguel Ángel. And
we'll
moving to the
proceed. Vote number 12. Do you agree to elect Ángela Alonso Fernandez as chair of the Umpiring Rowing Commission? Yes, no, abstain. Oliver, please open the vote. 30 seconds. Thank you. Another 10 seconds, please. Five, 4, 3. 2, 1, 0. Oliver, please close the vote and present the results.
Valid vote cast 123, yes 121, no 2, abstentions 3. Congratulations, Angela. You're the elected chair of the Empowering Commission. So this was the last election in this point. So let me again congratulate all the newly elected or re-elected member of the council. We are very much looking forward to continuing working with you. And I have already mentioned this morning, I think we can be very fortunate to having you in the council. So this concludes the elections at the council. Let me just mention another few elements. As for the appointments of the members of all these commissions, the process will be launched with the next circular, which will be published next week. Member federations will have 1 month to submit their candidates for this position in the commissions. We would like to remind the current commission members who wish to stand for reappointment that have also to go through the process. They have to submit a new nomination through their member federation. The exact dates and submission deadline will be communicated in the circular that will come next week or this week or later. The appointments will be made by the council before the end of the year with a new 4-year mandate starting on the 1st of January 2027 for the members. In addition, may I just remind the Congress that in accordance with Article 37 of the Council will also appoint the 5 continental representatives and the 3 co-opted members for a 2-year mandate beginning on the 1st of January 2027. So this will happen by the end of the year, and likewise, candidacies for this position should be submitted to World Rowing in accordance with the procedures that will be also outlined in the circular. I would like also to come back or to reflect a little bit about the Athletes Commission. As you know, it's a slightly different way for the Athletes Commission. We do have a specific regulation in our statutes, and everything is described in Appendix SS5 of the statutes. It's a quite, I would not say complex or complicated, but it's very different from the usual process. So you have on the screen, we have launched this process in accordance to this article or this appendix on the statutes. And as you know, at this World Championships, 4 athletes have been elected by their peers as it comes to the section for the classic rowing. It was said also by the chair of the Athletes Commission, donc 4 elected, and then we will have another athletes elected at the Coastal Rowing Championships coming soon in October in Qingdao. And the additional 5 athletes will be appointed by the council to ensure diversity and to look at different criteria to ensure that we have a full membership in the Athletes Commission. So this is the process. So again, we are very, very happy that we had a large number of candidates. The candidates who have not been elected, of course, stay in this process because we will have the council appointment very soon at the end of the first part, which is the elections. And so I'm pleased you have on the screen the 4 athletes that have been elected these past days by here in Amsterdam by their peers. I'll let you. So congratulations to them. And and looking forward to having them in the Athletes Commission. And again, we are not at the end of the process, so for the other candidates, still a way to become an Athletes Commission member. May I now, dear delegate, to have a few words. At the end of this year, as you know, Frida Svensson will pass the baton as on her position as chair of the Athletes Commission. After several years as a member of the Athletes Commission and 7 years as its chair, the time has come for her to hand over this responsibility in accordance with our statutes. Frida's journey in our sport has been remarkable. 17 years competing at world rowing events, 3 Olympic Games, and of course the outstanding achievement of becoming world champion in the single sculls in 2010. But her contribution to rowing did not end at the finish line. Since becoming chair of the Athletes Commission in 2019, Frida has been a strong and respected voice for athletes within world rowing. She has championed safeguarding athletes' rights and well-being and has constantly worked to ensure that the athlete voice remains at the heart of the discussion and our decision-making. Frida, I would like to express our sincerest thanks to you. It has been a great privilege to have you as part of the team and to work alongside you in what is certainly not an easy role. You can be very proud of what you have contributed to your sport, to the athletes you have represented, and to our organization. Thank you for your dedication, your commitment, and your leadership over the past year. And while you are passing the baton as chair, I very much hope and indeed expect that you will find another way to continue contributing to rowing in the future. Thank you, Frida.
I lived quite close to the rowing club when I was younger, so my dad took me there for a summer vacation and then I just kept going. Motivation was mainly, I was young, it was a lot of friends, and we did quads, doubles and the scull, and it all went well. I mean, it was fun and we got medals and that kept me going. My goal is to win. That's why I'm doing this. I want to be the best. I want to be number one.
Thank you. We're moving now to point 15, the reports of continental rowing confederations and other member groupings. So we welcome the reports of all the continental confederations and member groupings that are recognized under Articles 18 and 19. You have the reports on the agenda paper. I would like to thank FASA President Mehdi Garedi for the African Rowing Confederation, COPARE President Maria Harge Diaz for the Americas Rowing Confederation, ARF President Chen Chun-Chin for the Asian Rowing Federation, ERC President at the time in 2025, Anna-Marie Phelps for the European Rowing Confederation, and ORCON President Duncan Free for the Oceanian Rowing Confederation. Regarding member groupings recognized in accordance Article 19, you have on your agenda papers for the Arab Rowing Federation the report from FAA President Khaled Zain Eldin, for the Balkan Rowing Association report from the Secretary General Doran Alupay, for the Commonwealth Rowing association, the report you have on your agenda is from the past president, Peter Cookson, and also the current president, Kate O'Sullivan. Pour la Coupe de la Jeunesse, le rapport de la secrétaire générale, Gwenda Stevens, merci. For the South American Rowing Confederation report from XAR, President Raul Poletti. So if you have specific comment or question related to this report, I suggest that you liaise directly with the president of this association. Now, moving to point number 16, reports on application for affiliation and voting consequent thereon. I'm pleased to pass the floor on the Vice President to take that point of the agenda. Anna-Marie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm delighted to report that World Rowing received 3 requests for affiliation from 3 rowing federations by the statutory deadline. The Gambia, Turks and Caicos Islands, and the Bahamas. I'd just like to take each in turn. So for the Gambia, the applications submitted didn't meet all the requirements set out in our statutes. And as a result, the Council isn't not in a position to recommend admission at this time. The Federation has been invited to complete the outstanding requirements, and it may submit its application once all the necessary document is provided. So I hope that that will come back to next year's Congress. Turks and Caicos. The Council reviewed the application from the Turks and Caicos Islands. However, under the World Rowing statutes, recognition by a National Olympic Committee is a prerequisite for membership. As the Turks and Caicos Islands don't currently have a National Olympic Committee, the application can't be accepted. And Council, therefore, is unable to recommend recognition by Congress. Lastly, the Bahamas. You will recall that at the 2025 Congress in Shanghai, the membership of the Bahamas Rowing Federation was terminated. And this was due to a failure to comply with the requirements and obligations set out in Article 13, 1A and B of the statutes, due to continued failure to abide by and to fully comply with multiple formal requests that we had issued from World Rowing pursuant to Appendix S1 of the statutes to address the ongoing non-compliance under our statutes and regulations. And secondly, subsequently then a failure to comply with the requirements and obligations in Articles 10 and 13, which followed the withdrawal of the recognition of the Bahamas Rowing Federation by the Bahamas Olympic Committee and by the Bahamas Ministry of Youth, Sport and Culture. Since that time, a new rowing federation has been established in the Bahamas and has submitted a completed application for affiliation. There is one outstanding requirement, which is the formal recognition by the Bahamas Olympic Committee. We have recently been informed in writing of a provisional recognition. That full recognition is expected once the federation has been recognized by this Congress. So under their Olympic Committee, it needs to happen the other way around. So we have asking you to recognize their provisional one on the basis that if we recognize them, they will reciprocate. So in the light of these circumstances, the Council proposes that the new Bahamas Federation be admitted as a provisional member of World Rowing, subject to the conclusion of the formal recognition of the Bahamas Olympic Committee within 6 months of this Congress.
Any questions before we move to the vote? We have a question. Wait for the microphone because we have people connected and they cannot hear. Thank you. Can you just present yourself?
I am Anthony Yard from Barbados. While I am agreeing in principle, I have a couple of questions that I need to ask. I do understand that there are a number of procedures that are in place and in trains, which I would not divulge here. My only thing is, would those outstanding events to take place, would it hinder what we were about to do now? And if we were to say, yes, we're going to accept them, we said there's a provision in 6 months. Now, there is an outstanding procedure or legal ramifications, let me just put it that way, because that's what it is, pending in Bahamas, between the Olympic Association of Bahamas, the federation that we are about to if we say yes, they also are part of the injunction that is filed in the Supreme Court in Bahamas. How would that affect if we were to say yes, and then it turns out that it's to be overturned by the Supreme Court? How would that affect our decision? I just need some sort of clarity on that.
Let me make the first response, and perhaps Ron, as our lawyer on the executive committee, can, or Denny can complete if there's anything I miss. We're aware, and we've been made aware of the correspondence over the last 48 hours, that there are legal proceedings in the Bahamas against the Bahamas Olympic Committee. We've reviewed them, and the advice that we've been given is that world rowing is not subject to this particular legal proceedings. The information and the paperwork and our processes have been completed according to our statutes, and it was the advice of our legal advice that we continue with the process that we have. It's clear that the previous federation was expelled because of matters relating to our statutes at the previous Congress, and we would like to see the Bahamas have a federation so that its athletes can continue to participate in our events and competitions. I asked Ron if he would like to add anything.
No, well, I can confirm that we have examined the complaint filed in the Supreme Court of the Bahamas. By its own terms, it does not seek to affect anything that World Rowing does today. The court was informed that this proceeding was before it, and the complaint specifically said that it does not seek to affect that in any way. It was brought by the head of the former, of the now expelled federation. That expulsion by this Congress last year is final. The time to appeal to CAS has long since expired. So really what we are doing now is approving a new federation. The recommendation of the council is that the athletes of the Bahamas really merit a working, functioning federation, which they have not had for several years. And that is what we are voting on. And any dispute between the former federation and the Olympic Committee of the Bahamas is really not a matter that World Rowing would be involved in.
I don't think that you answered my question. My question is not necessarily if the World Rowing is to get involved, or if World Rowing is not about not voting. It's simply how would the decision, if the decision is overturned in the law court in Bahamas, how would it affect what we are about to do? What precedent are we about to set? That's basically my question. How would that affect us? Not necessarily, because if the law court states that the Bahamas Olympic Association stepped out of order and they were wrong, then you cannot have two federations in one. Now, let me make it abundantly also clear that I have told the other president that he needs to step down. So let me make that abundantly clear, all right? It's not necessarily for or against. It's necessarily how would we handle the fallout, if there's a fallout from the Supreme Court.
Well, there would be no possibility of two federations. The expulsion of the Federation last year is final and would not be affected in any way by anything a court did, even, because we don't know exactly what the court might do, but there is really no conceivable circumstance in which it would affect that. The reason for the expulsion effect was not only because they had no longer had the recognition of the Olympic Committee, but also because they did not comply with a World Rowing Zone statutes, either one of which was an independent reason for their expulsion. So that expulsion is final, it's done, it's, as we say in the law, res judicata, and would not be affected in any way.
I will allow that to go. I would not press any further.
Thank you.
It's not answering the question I'm really asking.
Thank you very much. I think we can move now with the voting.
This will be vote 13 and the last vote of the 2026 Congress. Do you approve the Council recommendation that Rowing Bahamas be admitted as a member federation of World Rowing, subject to its formal recognition by the Bahamas Olympic Committee? Yes? No? Abstain? Please open the vote. Another 10 seconds. Five. Oliver, can you please close the vote? Thank you.
And present the results. Valid vote cast 106, yes 103, no 3, abstention 17. So Rowing Bahamas is, you have approved to affiliate Rowing Bahamas as a member federation of World Rowing. Thank you very much. So we are now on point 17, related to a future World Rowing event and Olympic and Paralympic regattas. We will start with a presentation of LA 28, and I'm pleased to welcome to the stage Matt Evans, who you all know, who will be presenting an update to you on the next Olympic and Paralympic Games in Los Angeles 28. Thank you, Matt, for making the effort to come to the Congress and make this presentation. It's really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We start with a video from Nico Campriani, who's our Senior Vice President for Sport, who sends his apologies for not being able to join us.
Dear World Rowing President, dear Jean-Christophe, dear delegates, good morning. Good morning from Los Angeles. I am Nico Campriani, LA 28 Senior Vice President of Sport, and it is a pleasure to join you today, even if only virtually. It is a pleasure to join you at your Congress on behalf of the LA 28 Organizing Committee. With less than 2 years to go, and exactly we're talking about 683 days left to the Olympics and 715 days left to the Paralympics, that's more or less 98 weeks, who's counting? Well, with less than 2 years to go, we are excited to join you and provide an update on our progress. We recognize that LA 28 is a landmark games for the sport of rowing. With the decision to host games over 1,500 meters on tidal water, as well as the new sport discipline of coastal beach sprint being added to the program. We know this is not without challenges and complexity. Our priority is always and will always be athletes first, ensuring that your teams have the best conditions possible. Now, despite the complexity, we are confident that together we will provide an exceptional athletes and spectator experience, with fans closer than ever before to the action on the field of play at rowing and para-rowing. Everyone at LA 28 is also very excited for the beach sprint events coming to the games in LA. Being able to showcase this new and exciting format of rowing to new audiences and allowing new athletes to create unforgettable moments on the Olympic stage. We are incredibly grateful for the partnership, expertise, and collaboration working with World Rowing. Matt Evans, who you guys know very, very well. Matt will go through some of the detail of our plans now, and we look forward to welcoming the entire rowing family to Los Angeles in 2028 and writing together the next chapter of rowing history. Thank you very much.
So today we'll just go through a few high-level updates. We did earlier this week during the team manager meeting on Thursday share a more detailed update with your team managers, which was maybe more logistical and operational. We'll keep this quite high level. The slides have been shared from that team manager meeting or will be through World Rowing, so please look out for those. So what have we been up to? 2026 has been a busy year for us, as Nico just mentioned, as we clock over to 2 years to go. Earlier on this year, we have launched both the competition schedules for the Olympic and Paralympic Games. We've launched the Olympic ticketing program, with the Paralympic ticketing program due to start in early 27. And the look of the games, which hopefully you have started to see around on social media, online, has been brought to life. We've also started with the thanks to US Rowing for their support as well, recruiting volunteers to help operationally deliver at Games time in 2028. The slightly less exciting stuff, but equally as important, we're knee-deep in operational planning, making sure that the venues are prepared well, going through all of our very exciting procurement processes, working on our staffing and recruitment, and planning for our test events. For those of you that haven't had the opportunity yet to visit LA, it's a big city, it's a sprawling city, and we cover all of it. The Games is really not just the center of LA, it's across the whole of Los Angeles County, across the whole of the United States. So just marking on the map where the 2 rowing venues will be, down in Long Beach, which is towards the outer perimeter of where we go down to. Not quite the furthest venue to the south, but we're close. The Olympic and Paralympic Village at UCLA is included there on the map as well, and really will serve as the hub for all of our venues. Again, our Paralympic Games footprint is slightly smaller than our Olympic footprint, but no difference for us in rowing that we are at Marine Stadium for Paralympic rowing as well, with the Paralympic Village up at UCLA. A staffing update, we're still a team of 1. This is it, for better or worse at the moment. We're in the process of recruiting. We're really growing the team very quickly towards the end of 26, beginning of 27, so that we can really focus in on the detail that's needed, with special teams for both disciplines at both venues. So some key dates for everyone to be aware of. Hopefully everyone has seen these already. The Olympic Village will open on the 6th of July, with the opening ceremony for the Olympic Games being the 14th of July, 2028, of course, I shouldn't have to say that. With the rowing competition being in week 1 of the Games, from the 15th to the 22nd of July, and a reserve day on the 23rd. For coastal rowing beach sprints, we are in week 2 of the Games with 2 days of competition. 24th and 25th of July are our 2 competition days. Then for the Paralympic Games in August 28, the Paralympic Village will open on the 8th of August, the opening ceremony of the Paralympic Games on the 15th of August, and then 3 days of para rowing competition at Marine Stadium, 18, 19, 20 August. So you may have seen in the recent World Rowing Circular that the competition schedule for the Olympic Classic Rowing has been published. The Paralympic schedule is on its way. It's coming soon to get to this level of detail. And we'll shortly be publishing as well through World Rowing the detailed competition schedule for coastal rowing beach sprints. Just to give a bit of an overview of our venues, for those that haven't been, I really encourage you, if you are in LA, to explore the area around Marine Stadium and Belmont Shore. It's a great neighborhood. It's a really exciting place to be, with a huge excitement getting ready for 2028. So there's about 2.4 kilometers, 1.5 miles between the two venues. We're really, really close, which is really exciting. We have, at the moment, published to your NOCs and NPCs the travel times from the UCLA Village to the Long Beach Zone. And in 2027, we'll be publishing the detailed travel times per venue. So at the moment, we have the Long Beach Zone and specifically Marine Stadium, as you see on the screen there, around 50 to 55 minutes. And we'll be publishing venue by venue travel times in 27. So just to give an overview of what to expect at Marine Stadium, hopefully everyone saw this in 2024 when Marine Stadium was announced as the host venue for rowing and para rowing. This artist rendering was released. It won't be exactly like this, but we'll be aiming fairly close. It gives you an impression of just how close the community is to the venue and what we're planning to do around bringing spectators as close as possible to the action. So in terms of the overview of the venue, I think everyone is familiar with this, but just to recap, the 1,500 meters, 7-lane course starts at the road bridge, just to the right of this image, with warming up and training areas behind. We have a canoe day village, or a paddle day village, as they're now called, that we're sharing the venue with Sprint Paddle. With the finish towards the left of the screen here, that's the north of the venue. All of the team areas and back of house areas, the boat park, is around Marina Vista Park, which some of you may have seen, and as you can see from Google Maps, is a bit of a building site. That project has started to be open, so we can now see the actual land that we're building the games on. So LA28 is a no-build games. That was clear from the bid. And as a result, we're bringing in fully temporary infrastructure in order to provide all of the spaces for your teams and all of the operations for the games. So just to give a slight overview, the park area that you see, that you may have visited already, we're really trying to make a good village atmosphere for all of the teams and athlete areas. So all of the facilities that you're used to at the Olympic and Paralympic Games being pulled together around the finish area to make a really good boat park and team area, with all of our operational areas pulled slightly further out just to help with some of the operations. We will have grandstands and spectators on both sides, and this just gives you an indication there of the finish line and some of our early planning. We're not able to publish the detailed venue maps in this forum, but your team managers have seen them earlier on this week. Moving across to Belmont Shore for rowing coastal beach sprints. This is our really exciting, we call it our venue of firsts at LA28. It's the first time that these three sports have shared. It's the first time that sailing has been split between two venues. It's the first time that open water swimming has not shared a venue with triathlon. And obviously for us, it's the first time that coastal rowing beach sprints is in the games. So we're working hard to share with all three sports to make sure that we give the best sort of blend of beach culture from LA with the three sports that lend themselves naturally to being on the beach. We are using the whole of the Belmont Shore Beach just to the south of the Belmont Pier. For those that have visited, you might know this pier very well. Again, maximizing the use of the beach space for all of our spectators, and really the core team areas, the field of play, and then looking at how we share with the other sports as well. So again, some more details have been shared in the presentation with the team managers, but just to give you an overview of what to expect, where exactly the field of play will be during the games. So to give an overview with event testing, we are taking the same strategy as Paris 2024 in that this is a risk-based strategy for determining which sports, which venues require a test event or a level of event testing. So, and I must thank US Rowing for their support so far, as well as the Long Beach Rowing Association, who have stepped in to help work with LA28 to test all of the key operational aspects for the games. So event testing is planned for both disciplines in September 27. With classic rowing at Marine Stadium, we'll use an international rowing challenge event, which is an existing event that US Rowing host and have hosted for the last few years, with some training days before competition 18, 19, 20 September. More information will be coming out through US Rowing very soon. We're working hard with the US Rowing events team to get that out now. These are non-ticketed, open to the public events, so if any of your National Olympic committees, yourselves, coaches, performance staff would like to visit and observe, then you're very welcome. And then exactly the same for Belmont Shore, slightly earlier, the week before, we would have a 2-day coastal rowing beach sprints regatta with the details being worked on and finalized now. Those would be published through US Rowing, Long Beach Rowing Association very soon, and the same as classic non-ticketed events that would be open to the public and open to any observers. So as I mentioned before, we have made a presentation to your performance staff, your team managers. Please review that and let us know any questions. Let World Rowing team know, your National Olympic committees, National Paralympic committees. The freight guide for sending any equipment and boats will be published very soon, so please look out for that. And then we just wanted to give a word on ticketing. I think after hello, how are you? This is the first question that most of you have asked me. So just to reassure you that tickets are not sold out. It's a very clever strategy that we include tickets in every single drop. So we haven't sold out of rowing tickets or coastal rowing tickets. You may have logged in to try and get tickets if you got a slot in the recent ticketing drop. That's purposeful. There's a small number released every time, so there are still plenty of tickets available. For classic rowing, we're working really hard with World Rowing, with LA28 ticketing team, and with the IOC to run a World Rowing Family Grandstand program. It is very similar to Paris that this is unlikely to happen, so we're aiming for a decision by the end of this year so that you can start to make plans when we launch the next phase of ticketing in 2027. As I mentioned before, the Paralympic ticketing program does start from the beginning of next year, so please look out for that as well on the Paralympic side. And then, as a reminder, as always, please contact your NOC and your NPC for any questions related to LA28. Obviously, I'm here today and really thank you for having me and thank you for hosting us this week. But please, any logistical questions, any questions about the games and your preparation, please work closely with World Rowing and with your NOC and NPC. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you in LA.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Before you leave, I'm looking if there are any questions or comments from our delegates. Yes, please. Microphone.
Simon Wickham from Rowing New Zealand, Chief Executive. Just wondering, Matt, if you're able to share, I understand there's an evaluation report that's being done, and obviously we all want as fair racing as possible. Just wondering if you're able to share any insights into the work that's been done to date, the mitigation measures being considered to make racing as fair as possible. Thanks.
Yeah, I can maybe start, and then World Rowing can add to it. So as we discussed at the team manager meeting earlier on this week, we know and have known from the beginning that this is a tidal course. So with World Rowing, we've been working really carefully to look at all options and study all of the impacts of tidal water and understanding fully the movement of the water. So there's a number of steps that we've taken, and we're still in that process. So we're not finished yet. We're not confirmed on all of the decisions. So you'll notice, compared to previous games, that the competition schedule, the way that has been built, is to allow for the tidal water. So it's slightly different every day, and it's working with the slack tides, and it's working with the least changeable tides, essentially. So as we move to the next phase and we're studying all of the different impacts and the movement fully of the water, we're looking at all of those different options, as well as, for the training, the impact on training, the impact on canoe sprint as well, and working out what those will be. So we're not fully formed with, the full plan, in the same way that we're not fully formed with the full plan for all of the land infrastructure and all of the other infrastructure that goes into the water. And we're working really closely with World Rowing to determine, exactly all of those elements that then go into the construction and the design of the field of play and the wider venue.
Thank you, Matt. Now I suggest, if there's no other comment and questions, thank you very much, Matt. We are now moving to the next point on the agenda. It's related to the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Brisbane 2032. And with us today, we have the privilege and great pleasure to have Cindy Hawk, the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of the Organizing Committee, and also Kit McConnell, the Chief Sport Officer. They are connected with us from Brisbane. So thank you, both of you, for joining the Congress today. It's really appreciated, and the floor is yours for your presentation.
Good morning, Jean-Christophe. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to join the World Rowing Congress this year. Kit McConnell, our Chief Sports Officer, and I are excited to provide an update on the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic game planning. We're obviously not quite as far along as LA. Great to hear their presentation. But just a few weeks ago, on July 23rd, we did celebrate a 6 years to go milestone. And our organizing committee is committed to working closely with all international federations to deliver a world-class game in just under 6 years' time. I want to thank World Rowing for their collaboration and engagement. And Jean-Christophe, we've spent a lot of time together over the past 6 to 9 months. And I also want to acknowledge Rowing Australia and Sarah Cook and the incredible strength of rowing as an Olympic and Paralympic sport in Australia and the support we are getting from them. These forums provide a valuable opportunity for us to share progress and continue to build partnerships as we work towards 2032. If we could go to the next slide. Brisbane 2032, we aim to be an athlete's first Olympic and Paralympic Games that brings the world together through sport and showcases the best of Queensland and Australia and creates a lasting legacy for communities and future generations. Late last year, we launched our Games vision, Believe, Belong, Become Brisbane 2032. And I've got a short video that I'd like to play that hopefully brings this vision to life.
There's something special about Australia.
Shaped by 65,000 years of wisdom and the many cultures that make us who we are today.
Our backyard will play host to the world's greatest sporting event. Because in 2032, the world is coming to Brisbane.
To Queensland.
To Australia. And we'll be ready.
Just when the Matildas needed her.
At our games, everyone is welcome. You belong. On a playing field that's fair and fun.
We'll harness the magic of the games to become stronger than before.
our time, our moment to believe.
Belong.
Become.
Goal to Australia!
Brisbane 2032.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
Well, hopefully that gets you a little bit excited about what we have to offer here in Brisbane. If we go to the next page, the game vision is anchored around three key pillars, the Believe, Belong, Become. And we do have a whole list of commitments that are centered on celebrating sport, culture, inclusion, and of course, leaving an enduring legacy. Now, a key feature of that legacy is a commitment of more than Australian $7 billion, which is about 5 billion USD, by the government, our government partners. And that commitment is towards 17 new and upgraded venues across Queensland. So compared to Matt, who said LA's the no-build games, we're very different to that. And we are in the fastest growing part of Australia. Communities that need more resources, and so investment is being made in new facilities. And one of these venues that's being invested in is the Rockhampton Flatwater facility on the Fitzroy River. And it's proposed to host Olympic and Paralympic rowing as well as the canoe sprint events. Rockhampton was identified through the Queensland government's 2032 delivery plan as the most suitable location capable of accommodating a full-length international flatwater course, while also providing significant regional engagement and legacy opportunities for the city. The selection of Rockhampton followed an extensive review of potential venue options, including the bid venue, which was Wyaralong in a remote part of southeast Queensland, as well as interstate alternative locations. All of those locations were determined to have significant operational, environmental, and/or weather-related limitations, and they did not generate the same legacy benefits. So we have focused our attention on studying Rockhampton, and Kit McConnell is now going to provide you with more details on the comprehensive assessment we've been undertaking on that facility to make sure it can be fit for purpose as a competition venue. Kit, over to you.
Thanks very much, Cindy and Jean-Christophe. Thanks from my side also for the great opportunity to join you at the Congress today. As you can see on the screen, over the last 18 months, Brisbane 2032 and the Games Independent Infrastructure and Coordination Authority, GICA, have been working really closely with World Rowing, also with Paddle Worldwide and a range of the technical experts across the sport of rowing, to undertake a really comprehensive assessment of the venue. Throughout this assessment, the objective of the work has been to assess the venue's ability to meet the IF requirements, of course, but with a real focus on providing fair, consistent, and athlete-focused competition conditions for both the Olympic and the Paralympic Games. And I have to say, it's been a hugely collaborative process. Cindy, thank JC and the whole of World Rowing for the partnership we've shared on this journey. But with this ongoing engagement, we've really focused on making sure that the assessment meets both the technical requirements, but also takes into account the specific venue characteristics. So again, JC, Natalie, and the whole team, thanks so much for your partnership on this journey so far. In addition, we've taken on one of the most recognized technical experts in the world of rowing as well, the internationally recognized marine engineering and environmental consultancy Waterproof, who have been engaged to assist with that technical analysis based on a recommendation from World Rowing. Throughout all of this analysis, we've really delved into a huge amount of detail across some key areas, including the detailed bathymetric surveying, the underwater topography analysis of the proposed field of play in Rockhampton, the historical and real-time analysis of river flow behavior, the water levels in the Fitzroy River barrage operations, comprehensive weather assessments, including the wind and weather conditions during the Games period, environmental investigations covering aquatic vegetation and the wildlife management, and looking at it more widely in the Olympic and Paralympic context, including the areas like the broader operational and venue planning analysis, the course configuration, the broadcast requirements, the transport, logistics, and Games operations, all that we know we need to deliver a successful Games. In the current phase of the analysis and the focus, the extensive on-water investigations, the field measurement campaigns, and the hydrodynamic modeling are all being undertaken to assess the water flow, the wind and wave conditions, and evaluate the conditions across a range of weather scenarios. I've noted the great partnership with World Rowing and with Paddle Worldwide, and this assessment has been complemented by both familiarisation and technical visits to the site by World Rowing and Paddle Worldwide representatives to provide that on-site advice and input. And thanks again for the time taken to do this. We know it's a busy season for you, but taking the time to see the venue for yourself and meet all of our local partners has been hugely valuable in that process. So while the assessment remains ongoing, the work is complete. The work that has been completed to date has significantly advanced our understanding of the venue, as well as its operating environment and the factors that we need to consider with you in the future planning and the delivery phases. It's really reinforced the value of undertaking these detailed technical analysis over 6 years before the Games, early in the planning process. And outside the field of play, we're also undertaking additional regional capacity analysis just to make sure that the region has the adequate infrastructure and the supporting services necessary to deliver both the Olympic and the Paralympic competitions. So overall, the assessment continues to progress positively with strong collaboration between all of the parties involved, and of course that shared commitment to meet the standards expected for Olympic and Paralympic competition by the athletes themselves. And finally, we look forward to finalising that assessment in the coming months with World Rowing, with Paddle Worldwide at the earliest opportunity. So thank you again, JC. Thank you, Natalie. Thanks to everyone involved on your side for the partnership and the ability that we've got to really look at this venue in such detail to ensure that fair and equitable field of play at this stage of planning. Thank you, Cindy.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate Kit's thanks to everyone. We value the partnership and the continued working together towards 2032. Back to you, Jean-Christophe.
Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Kit. Very much appreciate your presentation. And I'm looking at the delegates if we have here in the room or connected questions or comments. Yes, we have. Okay, can we give the microphone just to ensure that you can be heard? And present yourself so that they understand who they are talking with.
Thank you. Tom Salisbury, Chief Executive of British Rowing. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was fantastic to hear that detail and to meet you today. My comment is more for the Jean-Christophe, for yourself and for the Executive Committee of World Rowing. Just to note at Congress that concerns have been raised with British Rowing by the rowing community about fairness and delivery at the Rockhampton course. It's great to hear that you're working very closely with the organising committee of the Games. And the comment from us is that we'd be very grateful if you could continue that work and to consider and to review all the matters of fairness and delivery at the course.
Thank you. Can I suggest that we take all the questions at once? Concerns.
Moritz Petri, President of German Rowing. Exactly, and I can just contribute to what Rowing GB just said and expressed, and I've been contacted by our athletes because they have also heard about the rumors about Rockhampton and being the next Olympic regatta course, and they have made towards me a big question mark with regards to sustainability. They were saying if we are not being in the core of the Olympic city and not being part of the Olympic village, why we are then not using the former Sydney 2000 regatta course, which should still be there, and isn't it more sustainable from an environmental perspective to go there? So this is just, I want just to pass on what I got from our athletes. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Moritz. Next, please.
Thank you very much. My name's Tracy Black. I'm the president at Rowing Canada Aviron, and my question falls in between the two previous questions. I appreciate this is a major undertaking, and we have LA coming up with some concerns about fairness. Obviously, fairness is our #1 consideration, and we know that that's very important to world rowing, as demonstrated in the last number of days that we've been here in Amsterdam. I hear and am grateful to Brisbane for all of the analysis that is ongoing for the location for the Brisbane Games. I did note on your slide that no other suitable existing venues exist in Queensland. I would just be grateful to know if you are considering, because this is a build Olympics, are there any other locations that you might consider in Queensland to build if the analysis is not as favorable as you're hoping for? Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. And we have one more.
Thank you. Christian Stoffer, Swiss Rowing Federation. Thank you for the presentation and the explanation of all the work that has gone into the survey and the studies and the expertise. I mean, we have heard it before, safety and fairness is very important for the athletes. We rely completely on our president, Jean-Christophe, and the whole executive and council, and we support the work they do because they represent our sport and will work very hard that we have a fair and state-of-the-art rowing venue for Brisbane 2032. And I just want to assure that you know that the council and the executive committee has the full support of the rowing community in this mission to deliver a very good rowing venue.
Last one.
Hello, Simon Wickham, Rowing New Zealand. One question just for the organising committee, and then perhaps one question for the executive committee and Jean-Christophe. First question for the organising committee. We understand floods do occur and that peak floods occur at a time when the Games isn't on, but flooding in the area hasn't been unheard of in that July-August period. Obviously just interested in how you'll manage the potential for damage in a river-based course in that year leading into and during the Games time. And then for Jean-Christophe, pleased to hear the sentiment expressed by the organising committee around creating a playing field that's fair and echo the sentiments that's been said earlier. Probably a number of our federations have seen, and certainly New Zealand has seen, emails and accompanying information from concerned rowers from Australia that are familiar with rowing at the venue and their deep concerns from an athlete perspective. We'd like to help you, Jean-Christophe, and World Rowing ensure there is a fair playing field, and want to understand how best we can support you, especially as a former rower who understands the need for a fair playing field, to ensure that this is the best possible venue Australia can provide.
Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to Brisbane 32, as some of your question relates to Brisbane 32 in terms of venues but just for one point I would like really to highlight. Of course, we have been in this process with.
But now we have additional topics. So if you want to talk maturity, I think it starts with what they saw.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know where it comes from. I just wanted to say that since the decision was made from the bid option to this option in Rockhampton, we have engaged with the organizing committee a collaboration to understand about this venue, and indeed, as you know, they sign off for what it comes to the field of play itself belongs to the international federation who has the requirements. So we have been very much in contact, and indeed we have started an in-depth technical assessment, which is still ongoing. So having said that, we do appreciate all the concerns that you have received, that we do have as well, because we have seen about the flooding, we have seen some events in this location that indeed makes us or gives us some concerns, and it's not related only about the piece of water, but as it comes to the piece of water, it's a river, and we have to understand exactly how this piece of water do behave in different conditions, so that when it will come to take a decision, it will be based on facts, and we are in this process. So the field of play is one aspect. There are other concerns, indeed, sustainability, indeed, the environment, but this is more to, this is also ongoing in terms of evaluation, and we are very close to this exercise, and I can tell you that for sure, it's in our first concern to ensure that our athletes will have the condition they deserve to compete and perform. This is a commitment from the Brisbane 32, and this is our credibility and responsibility as an international federation to ensure that we can deliver this venue at the standard the Olympic and Paralympic athletes deserve. Cindy, Kit.
Yeah, thanks, Jean-Christophe, and I appreciate all the questions from the different nations. The good news is everything that you've raised are things that Jean-Christophe raised with us very early on, ensuring a fair field of play, ensuring the athletes are safe, ensuring that we are getting a sustainable outcome and not causing harm to the environment or otherwise, evaluating other locations, which has been done. All of those things are on our radar, as is flood risk. And certainly everything that you said is true. There is a risk of flooding there. There's risk of flooding in the Brisbane River as well. We will have to come up with contingency plans as we would for any venue. First try to mitigate and then come up with contingency plans, which will be all part of our planning. We are still 6 years out. I also just caution everybody, there are a lot of people talking about this, not always with full facts, especially when it comes to throwing out other potential locations, that also have limitations and many cases bigger than this. And I also want to put one other criteria that Jean-Christophe said to us from the very beginning, wanted a full-length 2,000-meter course. So some of those other options would have given a shorter course, and we didn't even consider those because he put that so high on the list to us. So appreciate the concerns. They're all well on our radar. And I would just like to say a lot of the design and input that we're taking into account in Rockhampton is from the positive input from Jean-Christophe and his team and the ideas and the perspectives they're bringing to the table. So. Happy, Jean-Christophe, anything else you want me to comment on?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Is there anything else you wanted me to comment on?
No, I think you've answered the question. Any other comment from the delegates? It's not the case. So Cindy and Kit, thank you very much for joining the Congress today. And again, we will continue to this collaboration and this exercise to ensure that we are on, as we have agreed, to move on step by step when we are sure that we have all the elements to move to the decisions. This is not yet the case, so step by step. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next point on the agenda is related to the Youth Olympic Games Dakar 2026, and we have our head of sport and event, Nathalie Phillips, who will take this presentation. Thank you, Nathalie.
Dear delegates, just going to present a quick update on the Youth Olympic Games, which are taking place very soon in Dakar. So we're working very closely with our sport manager, who is called Mamadou Diallo. He's currently building his team, and we have recently had, through the help of Sabi, one of our technical delegates, go out there at the beginning of August to also help train some of his staff, as well as volunteers, technical and national technical officials. As a quick overview of where the venue is, so Sali is where the rowing will take place. It's located 1 hour out of Dakar. The village for the teams and the athletes is in Dakar, and then there will be transport out each day to Sali. And on the screen, you'll see where the star is. That's the location of where the competition will take place. A reminder of the key dates. So we have 2 training days for racing days. The first racing day will take place on the same day as the opening ceremony. And one important point that we want to highlight, that in addition to the solos and the mixed double, we will on the final day have a mixed relay. So this will be an event, it's not an official event, but it's an event where we will ask all of the NOCs to participate in, so that we end the competition, the event, with this exciting format. We are working with the organizing committee on finalizing the final details of the competition schedule. It will be published soon also on the World Rowing website, so you'll be able to see it there. There may be some slight changes to the exact times of some of the meetings, but 2 points that I would like to highlight here with the competition schedule is one, which is something that's a bit unusual for us, but all NOCs, all of the athletes will have to go through a swim test, which will take place on the 29th of October. And it's located very close to the Olympic Village, and more information will follow on that. And then you will see there's 2 beach orientation and training sessions on the training days, and then the order of the racing, with finishing with the mixed relay. We are pleased to be able to share with you also that we will have 46 NOCs participating. You can see the list on the screen. The ones that are highlighted in darker blue are NOCs that have 1 athlete participating, and the light blue NOCs that are there, they all have 2 athletes participating. Oh, there was one final slide, but I think it's gone. We have 2 athlete role models with us, and they will be interacting with your athletes on site as well. We have Chris Back from USA, and also Khadija Krimni from Tunisia. So if you see them around, also please encourage your athletes to speak with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathalie. If there is no questions and comment, I suggest we move with the next presentation related to the World Rowing Championships in 2027 in Lucerne, and we have the pleasure to having Timon, the director of the organizing committee. Timon, thank you.
Yeah, dear rowing family, it's a great pleasure to be here. What an incredible week we've had here in Amsterdam. Big congrats also from my side to Dutch rowing and especially the organizing committee. Looking ahead, Lucerne 2027, it will be the all-important world champs ahead of the LA Olympics, and of course, a great opportunity for us to look back at 124 years of rowing history in Lucerne. It will be the 5th world champs in Lucerne, with the last one being quite a while ago, back in 2001. And of course, most of you will know the famous photos from the Rotsee from 1962, where the first world champs ever were hosted on the Lake of Gods. We've shown this image before. That's what the Finnish arena of the 2027 World Rowing Championships will look like. We will build a temporary bridge behind the finish line to connect the other side of the lake and build up a second grandstand. We'll have 4,500 seated capacity at the venue and VIP hospitality in addition. So with that, we hope that we can turn the natural beauty of the Rotsee into a vibing sporting arena. Obviously, the Dutch have set the bar very high this week, but we'll count on all of you to bring all your fans to Lucerne next year. And we might just take some of the chants and copy those in the Finnish area in Lucerne. That's what the venue map looks like for now. We will publish all the information on the website as we continue to develop them, including ticketing sales that will start shortly. As said, you can see here the 2 grandstands on the opposite side, which will certainly add for a great atmosphere in the Finnish arena. Our main innovation for next year's World Championships will be the fan village in the city center. So we aim to bring the rowing family into the heart of the city of Lucerne. We've got another nice lake there as well. And we really want to use that village to host victory ceremonies, to host everything that we're not allowed to in the nature protection area. And we hope that this will create a great opportunity to showcase our sport for people that are not yet interested in rowing, and really make it turn the event into a big celebration of our sport. Not only the gold, silver, and bronze medalists, but all the athletes that will qualify for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Just maybe a heads up. As mentioned, there will be VIP hospitality opportunities, so we really encourage you to invite your sponsors and partners, friends, to make use of that VIP hospitality area. Ticket sales will go live in the next days, so make sure to stay up to speed on the website. And if there's any questions or comments, feel free to reach out to us. I will conclude my short presentation by saying that Lucerne 2027, the 2027 World Rowing Championships, will be a highlight. We're working very hard to make sure that it'll be a great show of our sport. But of course, after that, the journey continues and the Rotsee will remain available to the rowing family. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Timon. Any questions, comments? Very clear. Thank you. So I will ask Natalie to be back for the next point related to the attributions by the World Rowing Council and the calendar.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. So want to summarize the recent attributions by the World Rowing Council. as there were some that were done a few months ago, and they were published in the circulars, but also at the recent council meeting here in Amsterdam. So to go through year by year, in 2027, the under 19, under 23 championships is confirmed and attributed to Plovdiv, Bulgaria. Regarding the World Cups, there will be 2 World Cups in 2027, and want to highlight here regarding the World Cup that you can see as Szeged, Hungary. Please do not book any accommodation, any flights, anything. This is not attributed yet, but it was important for us to let you know that we are currently in discussions with Szeged regarding the World Cup in 2027, and I'll come to the dates for this World Cup on the next slide. For the 3rd World Cup, the dates of the 3rd World Cup, it's been attributed to Rečice, Czechia. And then as we moved to 2028, the final Olympic and Paralympic qualification regatta and the World Cup to Rečice, and the 2028 World Cup to Duisburg. And to highlight that this World Cup is over 1,500 meters. And then finally, the 2029 World Rowing Masters Regatta, which has been awarded to Asunción in Paraguay. To help understand a little bit more regarding the calendar for the World Cups, as there is a change in 2027 to what we had previously published on the World Rowing website in the long-term calendar. The proposed dates, should we go to Szeged, are on the 18th to 20th of June. So that's no longer 2 weeks in between World Cups. We're moving to the 3 weeks with Rečice from the 9th to 11th of July. And then as the Los Angeles Games are much earlier, the World Cups in 2028 are moved earlier. And the dates for the Rečice Final Olympic Paralympic Qualification Regatta are the 6th to 8th of May. This is from Saturday to Monday, which is also a change from previous FOPQR regattas where we had Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So please note that difference for 28. And then the World Cup in Duisburg from the 26th to 28th of May. And then finally, some information that we can share on our road to LA regarding qualification regattas. So for both disciplines, for Classic and Coastal, we're still working on the confirmation of a lot of the events for the Continental qualification regattas. However, for Oceania, we can confirm that the event will take place just north of Auckland from the 24th to 26th of April. More information will follow soon for Oceania. For Europe, it's part of the European Games, 17th to 18th of June in Istanbul. And then finally, for the Americas, the 6th to 7th of August during the Pan American Games in Lima. So these 3 events, it's for coastal rowing only, and we're working with Africa and Asia to be confirmed, the final locations. It's very important for the coastal qualification events, the continental coastal qualification events, that they're part of multi-sport games. And a reminder that they're taking place before the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, which is taking place in Portugal. So again, just a reminder of that difference between beach sprints and classic. Any questions?
Yes, Norbert from the Austrian rowing team. Maybe I overheard because it's so cold, but the European qualification for the flat water is when?
So for Classic, for European, it's not been confirmed yet. Further information will be shared with the member federations soon.
But it will be 28.
For sure. Oh.
It's
Okay,
still to
okay.
be discussed.
Hello, I'm David from Czechia Rowing Association. I don't have any question. I would like to just say thank you for your trust. We are very happy to host 2 World Cups and final Olympic qualification in next 2 years. And I just want to say we will do everything we can to make a great event. I would like to congratulations to Seada and your team. You had a great championship, so we will take some inspiration from Netherlands. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathalie. Thank you all. We are now, we can now move to the next point on the agenda, which is point 18. So there is no attribution at this Congress for the World Rowing Championships. And you have just been informed about the next event that has been attributed by the Council. Point 19, we don't have any request or we don't have received any request for reconsideration or confirmation of decision that in due date. So I can move to the next point of the agenda, point number 20, specific proposals to an existing agenda item from the member federations, the Council or the Executive Committee. We have none on this point. So I suggest that we have now the lunch break, unless you would like to continue? No. And we will, so it's 11, one question. Let's be back at 1:45. 1 hour?
Yes.
It's okay? So thank you, enjoy your lunch, and be back in the room in 1 hour from now. Thank you.
Every coastline has a rhythm. The wind, the waves, the
Bravo la Belgique. Personne m'entend. Can you take your seat, please? Gold medal for Belgium. Denmark as well.
So we need to pray that the next that comes in is the same amount.
And Kian? How is the course? How is the rowing course today? How is the rowing, the boss band today? How is it? Fair.
Did you see? At 6:30.
At 6:30 this morning? Dear delegates, I suggest we start. Some of you have flights to take, and so we would like to finish on time. And this afternoon, we have very interesting discussions to have. So
Je quitterai la pièce après le début de la session pour 5 minutes pour aller signer des papiers. Ok.
So let's start. I hope you had a good lunch, a good rest, and yeah, still some missing. Anyway, I will just introduce next part of the Congress. As we mentioned this morning, the Congress is a supreme authority for our sport. We have been of our organization. We have been through the formal part of the Congress, and now we will move to share and discuss with you the key strategic projects that our executive director has presented this morning. So, moving to the first on the list, a very important project, as I mentioned, launched in 2023, the SECR, Strategic Event and Calendar Review. And I'm pleased to give the floor to the chair of the Events Commission and the chair of the Competitive Commissions, who will report you on the update and also create an interaction with you to get your comment and feedback on what is to be a significant change in our process. So, Eva and Kian, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Christophe. And just to reiterate what you have said, it's not going to be a confrontational presentation. So we would like your interaction, your views, your opinions right here in the room. There will be some questions to prompt you, but also save your comments and questions maybe after a certain section of the presentations. So we've been talking about the strategic event and calendar review for a couple of years now. It was launched in 23, first announced at the Congress then. And we all agree, I think the whole rowing community, that shaping a sustainable and connected future for classic rowing is just a must. So this review aims to bring together the event program, the calendar, competition pathway, and all the other elements to strengthen the discipline of classic rowing in the coming years. I would like to emphasize, and just to highlight again, that this is now only about classic rowing. So when we are talking about the calendar, at this stage, we didn't consider the other disciplines. So it's just classic. So why we needed that? And I think Jean-Christophe explained very clearly in his opening speech and the additional words to the report. We just need to, world rowing needs to adapt to a very quickly changing world. The overarching objective of this review is to keep world rowing and world rowing events relevant, attractive, engaging, sustainable, and Olympic. And I really like the way he said, adaptation is not an option, it's a necessity. So we need to adapt. So in this project, what is being considered is how world rowing's events and competition pathways should evolve for the years ahead. And the work is focused on strengthening the sport while protecting the fundamentals that make classic rowing currently very distinctive. So the objective is not to make a change for its own sake, but for ensuring that classic rowing remains strong and relevant for the future. What do we mean by making or keeping rowing attractive from the grassroots to all the way to high performance community of the global rowing family and beyond, engaging, delivering into modern media consumption patterns and commercial partner expectations, sustainable, commercially viable and environmentally friendly, and also providing strong legacies, not just sporting, social, but also in terms of infrastructure, if possible. Olympic, and this is where I need to refer back to what we've heard already, the IOC's Fit for the Future reform. The objective is to try to find the proper responses to all that. Maybe because this has already kind of been said and this analysis have been made and these criteria set, but one additional one which came through this Fit for the Future reform, and I put it on the screen so that to make it very clear. So the sport of rowing is an Olympic sport. I think we all agree that for classic rowing, it's just vital to remain on the Olympic program. But because the current methods of assessing a sport or a discipline to be or to stay or to become part of the Olympic program, these are the key aspects, these are the key elements that are being considered. So one is the global appeal, and this takes 65% of the evaluation. Cost and operational complexity, which is 20%, and athlete representation, which is 15%. So I think this is an additional element why we should consider it even more and just take it more seriously, that we need to work together it's within the whole rowing community's interest to make those changes, that we can perform better in the global appeal, we can create pathways for the athletes to reach that levels to become Olympic athletes. Again, just in a different format, and we are still on the analysis of the situation and the why we need this change. So the environment and the expectations around international sport is changing rapidly. The political, economic, technological, media, and societal shifts are changing the conditions in which a sport can survive or operate and succeed. So the global environment, the geopolitical or political context, so sometimes it's very difficult, for example, to travel, or even impossible to travel. The economic environment, macroeconomic environment, what sort of resources are available for events, whether it's a priority or not, broadcast and media and commercial landscape. So with the coming of new generations of consumers, we just need to be aware of how to present and to present the sport and how to approach them. And there are the changing brands and consumer behavior, and also new media consumption patterns. And in the sport industry, there are new sports coming and new competitions, and constantly growing number of sporting events, which is just naturally creating a competition to rowing and rowing events. I'm not only talking about TV and airtime, but also we need to compete for funding and time and availability of the athletes, availability of venues, organizing committees to stage events. So a little bit about the process, what has been done so far. Throughout the SCCR process, World Rowing has proactively engaged, and we will continue to do so with all key stakeholders. And the principles, the practical implications, and the objectives are constantly being tested with the rowing community. So we haven't done, or what is being said here and will be presented by Henk-Jan, is not done in isolation. It's a product of continuous and ongoing consultation with the various stakeholder groups and who they are. The member federations, continental reps, the athletes, organizing committees, service providers and manufacturers, boat manufacturers, World Rowing Council, an executive committee, broadcast media, experts and commercial partners, external specialists and advisors. And just to place it as a timeline, so as you see, before 23, there was a reviewing of the status in rowing, and the outcome, it was an analysis done by Deloitte and Charles Russell Speechless, and the outcome was that we need to address classic rowing and classic rowing events. Then we conducted a member federation survey, which was followed by a lengthy consultation and stakeholder engagement period. And we are here now towards the end, third quarter of 26. And we hope to finalize the products by the end of the year. and launch the C process for the period of 29 onwards. This process is not working in isolation. It's linked to several other elements. And this is why we are, or I can speak about myself, I am a bit frustrated that it is taking so long, but it's just so complex. And I'm pretty sure that everyone in the room knows how complex it is. And if we can pick one item and say that this is the right thing to do because we think that's good for rowing, let's go and do World Cups on 2 weeks intervals. I'm pretty sure that at least 30 people in the room would say, no, don't do that because that doesn't work for our team. So there are a lot of considerations. And here's the complexity. So the ecosystem is very complex, and we considered it in a comprehensive way. Try to group those elements about the overarching narrative, which is one important consideration, is how we configure the calendar for the future, what types of events we have, how many of them, what is the global spread, which is clearly one of the biggest challenges. No good answers yet, but we are on the right track, I think. Qualification, participation, eligibility for bigger events, and what tools can we use to facilitate that participation. Then if we speak about, or if we look at the event framework, what types of events we want to have under the World Rowing umbrella, how to include or how to cooperate with international regattas, whether we want to create more showcase and promotional events. World Rowing Championships, continental championships should be or should remain the flagship events for the time being. What to do with the World Rowing Cup? For the sake of simplicity, when I say World Rowing Cup, I would refer, or I am referring to a series of events which are prior to the World Rowing Championships. So maybe we will name them, rename them, and not call them World Cups anymore, but something different. But we are talking about the reshaping of the World Cups. The location and the venues, very critical for many of the stakeholders, especially in terms of the sequence of events and also the sizes and durations of those events. If we move on, there are some more to come. The key commercial success criteria. What is the proposition we can go to media and broadcast with, and also commercial partners, the festivalization elements, World Rowing requirements and related costs of staging, participation and cost of participation, and the economic potential impact for those hosting the event, for the hosts. And the operational criteria, enhanced sports presentation, including victory ceremonies, sustainable event management, and operational innovations. So the aim is clear. It is to strengthen the sporting production while improving the conditions under which events can be staged and sustained. No single change can be a solution on its own. So nothing can be made in isolation. So even if we haven't come to a conclusion of the SECR, there has some progress been made. And the process has already translated several areas of review into concrete progress. So what are those achievements? So you remember, and we together approved the new World Rowing Championship event program last year at the Quadrennial Congress, which also resulted in the ability of reducing the length of the World Championships by 1 day. There was an introduction, so the mixed boats were added to the program. Some other boat classes were taken off the program. All the questions are coming up when implementing. I know that the rule of the mandatory doubling up into the mixed boats is a big challenge when designing the program. The next one is the new progression system, which clearly has a lot of benefits. We have fewer number of races. This also helped to make the competition time, the overall racing time, and ultimately the number of days for the World Championships shorter. But it comes up with additional or not foreseen consequences or questions, like I don't want to go into detail, but for example, in cases where we have 7 entries, 13 entries, or 19 entries, there are crews who only have an opportunity to race once, which is a challenge in itself. If you are not certain, you are maybe not at the top, it might be difficult to justify why to travel with a crew to a championship if there's only one racing opportunity. So there are, the work has already started how to fix that, at least for the underaged categories, so under 23s and under 19s, something definitely will be done. But what we saw, all the benefits, really exciting races, all from the very beginning, already in the heats. Another quite big step was that whereas previously all the World Cups were spaced at 3-week intervals, in the past 2 years we moved to the 2-week intervals for all the good reasons, and later I will ask for your feedback on that. There were some operational enhancements in the field of sport presentation to create a little more space for fan engagement in the venue. We saw a very nice new concept, and I think it's something to be considered for future events. And thank you, the Amsterdam Organizing Committee, for coming up with it, the Parc Fermé concept, which provided excellent exposure of the medal-winning crews and athletes and time with the media. And the other one is how we approach presenting and broadcasting the sport. What technologies we are using. And there are some little steps already on the way. So the onboard cameras, I think the debut was excellent. Can you please show your hands if you didn't like the shots from the onboard cameras? Nobody dares to say, but I think they were great.
Wait for the microphone. We have people connected and they cannot hear you if you don't speak in the microphone. Thank you.
No, I thank you. We do like the idea, and I think it is really good from World Rowing that we're actually piloting new ideas, and then you have to also, like top rowers, scrupulously evaluate and what can be done better. And we have one suggestion for the next one, is that if there's a front-end camera on a female skull, you should reconsider if those are really nice pictures from the female perspective and also with regards to what has been discussed at athletics. So that's a suggestion for the next one who's going to use the cameras.
Fair point. Thank you. All noted. So we need to be careful with that. But there were, for example, there was a concern that if those cameras are picking up audio from the boat, whether we are okay to broadcast live all the audio, the conversations, the words that you may hear in the boat. And that concern was addressed, and it was very closely monitored, and nothing bad went out, but actually nothing bad came in through those cameras either. So that was good. And we all share the concern about the television catamarans rushing up and down the course. We want to get rid of them, but currently they are making very good pictures because they have those very high-tech cameras. But World Rowing started testing specialized camera drones, which could replace in the future all those catamarans on the water. So that's also something step by step we are moving towards a better production, TV production as well. I will come to the details in a minute, but I think it's a big step what we have done, and I think it was shared with everyone, the LA 28 program for classic rowing. And what is important that we kept the 8 days, but we spread the medal days from 4 to 6, which would clearly help attracting a lot more spectators on site. We all know that the biggest interest is around when medals are attributed. And the big project within the SCCR is the World Rowing Ranking, and Henk-Jan will give the details in a minute. The fundamentals, it's key that we protect our core sporting identity. And this is the assumption, and this is what we worked with within the group, that we keep the 2,000 meters because we want to stay Olympic. So this is the Olympic distance. You may express your opinions on this as well, but currently the whole process is worked around 2,000 meter side-by-side racing on 6 lanes. So that remains intact. So a little bit more on the 8 days of racing. I think I said that already. And the qualification, and as a consequence, because the athlete quotas hasn't changed, but changed because some quotas of the quotas of the lightweight went to beat sprint. And so we have the 2018 for men and the same number for women for classic. The quota that we kept for the boats is pretty much the same, but with the changing progression system, there might be fewer racing opportunities for the ones who qualify for the Olympic Games. So that was the trigger, and that was the driver for introducing the additional boat quota. And for example, in the pairs and the doubles, where the maximum number of boats is 12, I'm looking at Henk-Jan and Natalie, correct me if I say a stupid number, but I try to be correct with all the numbers. And in the new progression system, when you have 12 entries, there's no more semi-final. And we think that the semi-final can be very, very exciting, as we saw it in the past week. Really exciting semi-finals. So that's why we introduced the possibility, and it was programmed in the way that if you have enough athletes in other boats, bigger boats, and you think they could double up into the pair or into the double, we can open up for additional 6 pairs or doubles. And even if we just have one additional one, there will be a semi-final round. Otherwise, it's just heat and final A, final B in the current system. So that would clearly give the opportunity for creating a more exciting, more attractive rowing program. With the 4s, the quads, and the 8s, it's a little bit different. The additional boat quota is to fill those heats and the numbers, to maximize the numbers we could have. But the same applies. It's the athletes who already qualified in another boat. Within the qualification system, and this is not the scope of this presentation now, you need specifically qualify for those boat quota places as well with the athletes who already have the qualification. And that's happening in 28 at the final Olympic Paralympic qualification regatta. I think we can move on because this I explained. Just a short reflection on para and to reinforce, reconfirm that para rowing is an integral part of classic rowing. So we work always considering the para events as well. Interested to hear your views, how the best way to do that. Anna-Marie has already shared that there's a para-rowing strategy reassessment in progress with some objectives, and most importantly, increase athlete participation, increase the number of participating member federations, and deliver compliant and competitive product in para-rowing as well for broadcast. And if you allow me, I would like to move to the World Cup specifically, because this is still the diagnosis we all agree on, we think. So the sport of rowing and the World Cup series is at crossroads. The broadcasters, from the broadcasters' perspective, they are losing interest. The fans are disengaged. Sponsors are hesitant to come on board, and the organizing committees are at financial risk. Why? And how to fix that? We need to find solutions for all the stakeholders, the key stakeholders who are involved. And I should start with the athletes and member federations, fans and community, suppliers, service providers, organizing committee, broadcasters and sponsors. And all these stakeholder groups are facing different challenges. Some challenges are shared. So for the athletes, we can hear that there are not enough events, no sporting continuity. What we mean by that, these events are not linked to each other. So absolutely fragmented, fractured event calendar currently. And financially, there is no incentive to go to these events. For the member federations, also unpredictable inputs or from them into the World Cup. No connection between the World Cups or other events. Funding the participation in the World Cup events is a big challenge, huge challenge, and it was the outcome of the member federation survey. It's the #1 factor preventing a lot of member federations teams from participating in the World Cup. And there is an element that there is huge pressure from your funding bodies, funding agencies, Olympic committees, ministries, governments to perform at that one event of the year, which might be the Olympic Games or the World Championships. For the organizing committees, who are key partners and key stakeholders in delivering the events, also very difficult to work with unpredictable numbers of participation. It doesn't help them maximize on their partnerships and sponsorships. And currently, this makes the commercial model quite weak for them. So huge challenges there as well. For the sponsors, also the unpredictability element, which is linked to the return on investment. For broadcasters, again, if we can't tell them that, oh, you will see all the top athletes at all 3 or 8 or 10 World Cups participating, then they are losing interest and they want more. And when we are talking about increasing the global appeal, increasing the exposure of rowing, we just would like to have more, well, the input from broadcast is that you need more events to create that sporting continuity. The ideal number, well, ideal or the required proposed number from broadcast was you should have 8 to 10 World Cup events per year. We are not only responding to the broadcast needs. So this is what I'm trying to share, that it's so complex. We need to consider all these challenges and try to find the best way how to move forward. For the fans and community, I think it's just important that we create something, we create a product, we create a better storytelling so that we can keep them engaged. And service providers, suppliers, huge logistics challenges with the current system and with ideal systems as well currently, but it might change. So if we look at all these challenges, they can be grounded into 3 root causes. One is unpredictable inputs. Second is the weak sporting continuity. And the third one is the weak commercial model. So World Rowing needs to respond to these challenges while protecting our fundamentals and key values. The current competition structure creates planning challenges for stakeholders, provides uncertainties for commercial and media partners, and makes the sport more difficult for the fans to follow. So this is just a summary of all these challenges and elements. Enhancing the commercial model, including more events with predictable inputs and sporting continuity, would lead to a sustainable World Rowing Cup Series model for all the stakeholders. So the World Cup series is being revised. I think I should have started with saying that we are in agreement that World Rowing aims and wants and is working towards keeping this asset and stage of the World Cups or a World Cup series. It's just important that we can have that element and in addition and to showcase sport and the athletes and create the heroes through those series of events. And also we work on the assumption that it's also a pathway towards the highlight event of the year, World Championships or Olympic Games. And what is being revised now is how these World Cups should work. The key parameters for the upcoming cycle, so 29 to 32, 3 World Cup events. This is what we think that would be the rational and feasible, not more. We can't have more, but we can't have less. Even if there's a desire to do more, it's just not realistic currently. Maybe in the future, when more sponsorship is drawn into the sport, which can then be reinvested and spent on flights or supporting teams of staying in the location of the World Cups. But currently, it's only the correct or the realistic number is 3 per season. 2-week intervals so that we can keep it nice and compact. Guaranteed consistent participation of the best teams and athletes. So this is a challenge. There are several ways of how to address that. Make it part of the pathway towards the World Rowing Championships for all teams. Consistency in product quality standards. We would like to deliver a structured calendar and review the World Rowing requirements, which is also in process now. Me having said that the ideal number is 3, there are still some options that are being considered and explored. One is 3 World Cups or 3 World Cups or 3 World Cups plus a World Cup final, or a totally different format, a series with a certain number of World Cups in another format. And the ultimate goal is to have the best athletes and the best athletes showing up at all those World Cups. So if we link this to the calendar, I think I have a question to you, which is linked to the World Cup as well as the calendar. So what would be your preferred time interval between World Cups if your team attends 3 World Cups per year? And on the screen, you have a QR code. If you can quickly scan and put your answer there, then we will see it on the screen. What is the preference from the room? 2 weeks or 3 weeks? And you can express if something totally different. Well, this is very helpful. Oh, yeah, sure. Can we have the microphone, please?
Hello, my name is Teodor. I'm from Bulgaria. So I just want to say a comment here. I think it depends on how the rowing cups are distributed geographically. Because, for example, this year, because I'm the local voice commentator in Plovdiv, so you all saw that there were not many participants there in the second cup. And I went to ask some of the team leaders, and they said to me that for them it's extremely hard to transport from Seville, which is on the western part of Europe, to Eastern Europe for 2 weeks. So I think depending on the geographical position of the 3 cups, those answers may vary. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
I'm Thais from Brazil, and I think like getting his hook, it also depends where we are, where you are. Like if I come to Brazil here, I would rather stay 2 weeks and go. But then if you're in Europe, let's consider the 3 weeks for the recuperation of the athlete. So it depends. There are many, things to consider. Thank you.
Exactly, and thank you very much for those 2 comments. Yeah, so you see from the responses that there's a clear divide on what you prioritize when designing that interval or calendar. Definitely the geographical location of all those World Cups is key. And if we want to keep them sustainable or the whole series sustainable, in an ideal world, they would be very conveniently closely located from each other, like a Varese, Lucerne, Munich combination just sounds ideal. But even if we are looking at multiple year contracts, so with organizing committees going back to the same venues for a couple of years, we can't just guarantee that that will be the case. What we are currently thinking, it might change. And also just to give you a reflection on the comments on world rowing being very Eurocentric with those events. Even if we take the 3-week intervals between the World Cups, currently it's not feasible, but definitely not sustainable to have one on one continent, another one on another continent. So if we consider the World Cup series as one product, they need to be kept on one continent for now. This is what we think. Before we have pool boats or proper boat provisions on the various locations. It doesn't necessarily have to be Europe, but to start with, the proposal is because it's easier logistically, I think, and I'm looking at Canada, I'm looking at USA, I'm looking at New Zealand and Australia, and there's a comment. It's just easier to travel for many, not everyone, to Europe than maybe to another continent. It's just, but I'm not sure that's the case. But definitely there are more organizing committees, more venues ready to host here, but open to all comments. And I think John has something to say here.
I think what I was about to say has been mentioned, and that is that all of your calculations are based on everything being in Europe. Because if you have 3 World Cups in Europe, you can do it 2 weeks apart or even 3 weeks apart. But if you're going to include the rest of the world in it, you need to take that into account and give time for the Europeans to travel. And if in your calculations, also you need to take into account the non-Europeans that are coming to Europe, and how long they are able to spend in Europe, and how much time they need to recuperate after traveling, and also such things as Schengen visas. It's difficult to get Schengen visas if you're from outside Europe to stay for 3 World Cups 3 weeks apart. So it needs some input from the non-European countries.
100%. 100%. And I think it's just fair to say that the change from 3 weeks to 2 weeks was based on the inputs from the non-European countries. Or do you think that we should further reduce and have a competition every week? I'm just challenging. I know that that doesn't. Yeah. So, thank you, John. It's important to keep in mind, and thank you for the input on 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Some more comments, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Simon, again from Rowing New Zealand. I guess I'm wondering, there seems to be two related but possibly separate discussions to be had here. One is a World Ranking Series, and the other is a World Cup Series. And I want to propose another solution, because certainly the 90-day visa issue for us is a real issue. If we go 3 weeks times 3 events with a week of competition, plus the World Championships as part of our international touring series, we can't do it inside 90 days. Right? If you want them to be truly World Cups, you need the world participating. And I think this year's and past year's 3 World Cups, where some of us went to 2 and some of us went to another 2, but not all of us went to all 3, is part of the broadcasting problem. If we saw this week, I think, a truly 64-nation global competition with many new countries on the podium, many new countries in A finals, and a fantastic world rowing event. I'd like to propose that you move to 2 World Cups and a World Championships, which could actually be your World Cup final as well if you wanted to, those 3 events making up your world ranking points for your #1 ranked athlete in the world. Then I think you'd get a lot of countries that travel more than 1,000 miles to be in this part of the world to commit to 3 events a year in Europe, as compared to an alternative suggestion would be up for 3 World Cups, more than 3 weeks apart, so long as one of those World Cups was in Australia and New Zealand every year. Now that may sound like a ridiculous solution, but I put to you that that's what New Zealand and Australia do every year. They travel this far every single year for at least a decade before the alternative of hosting one outside of this region. And I would prefer, that's not my suggestion by the way, I would prefer that we end up with 2 very strong World Cups that are like a smaller World Championships, if you like, even with the proposal, if it helps, to get return on investment for those to be granted to those hosts for 2 to 3 years at a time, so you build that consistency as well. That would make a real difference, I think, for us and for others.
Sure, thank you very much for that comment and the proposal as well. We should consider that as an option. And also the World Championships, there's no rule that the World Championships need to be on the same continent with the World Cups. So because there's definitely a bigger time difference between last World Cup and World Championships, it can be on other continents, or should be, and this is also an encouragement for potential hosts globally throughout the world to put their hands up, and I think it would be good for the sport to have World Championships outside of Europe. Okay, So related to the World Cup is not only when we have them, but what is it? So what sort of competition we want to have within the World Cup. And again, working with the assumption that we offer competition for all the Olympic boat classes and Paralympic boat classes and keep the lightweight singles in the World Cup. Might be different scenarios. We just thought that it's fair to give this racing opportunity to all Olympic boat classes. We could pick and select based on some criteria, but currently, working with this assumption, we came up with several potential event programs. And this is just example. It's not a proposal. It's just to show you how we are thinking and what considerations are being made in the approach. So in this example, finals would be spread over 3 days in the World Cup. So 3-day World Cup and finals every day. Basically, heats in the morning, finals in the afternoon, which would mean that we need to change the progression system and direct progression from the heats into the finals. What challenges or what questions it would solve? Doubling up from the doubles pairs into the quads, fours, and to the eights would be possible because they are separated out on different days. It would guarantee that maximum 2 races per day for an athlete, 3 days of finals, and it's more similar to what most of us are doing in our club regattas. And this is what the program looks like. There's another example we've been exploring. It's slightly different, where we have finals over 2 days only, Saturday and Sunday, which would mean that up to the entry number of 24, there is no change in the progression system. The singles would, the progression system for the singles would be unchanged as well, but doubling up would only be possible into the 8 and into the mixed 8 and into the mixed double. So this is another potential program. There are, I think, endless of other variations. I just wanted to show you these two, to share with you these 2 examples and the way of thinking currently. Yeah, it's the same. Just the concept here that we start on Friday morning, start the finals on Saturday midday, and start with the heats already for the next day's finals in the afternoon of the Saturday. You can make comments, questions at any time, but I guess my next question is, what you consider as an important factor or element for a World Rowing Cup from the team perspective? So what is important? What should be considered? And feel free to put down just words and they will come up on the screen. Cost. To keep cost low, I mean. Now, let me just read out a few that come here. So cost, clearly many times mentioned. Participation, I guess it means looking for good attendance so that it's a meaningful competition that you come to. Global attendance, there it comes. Safe and fair course. Timing compared to World Rowing Championships, timing of the event, I guess. Travel duration, yes, we need to change the name. Well, the name can come later, so if you have good proposals for the name, they are welcome. Pathway to the Olympic Games, very interesting. Easy access from Asia, accessibility, recovery options, catering, yeah, money again. Less discussion. Okay, I stop talking soon. Yeah, carrots or stick. That's a good one. $1 million question. Okay. I think that's a good combo and good mix of the things you are looking for when more racing. It's there as well. Okay, thank you. I think we could close the Menti map. That was very helpful. Thank you. We will keep considering all those inputs. And now we come to the calendar question. So what is the ideal calendar? And there are some proposals. But before that, I think we have a question as well. So can we go to the question? So what is important for a World Rowing calendar, the overall calendar? So what would be the ideal calendar for you? And we need to have the World Cups. So please do not forget about the World Cups. You can add everything else. Compressed, considers every country. Global locations, very good, stable. Support inside 90 days. We hear you. Time for recovery, relevance, yes. No World Rowing Championships, just World Cups like in Formula One. That's an interesting concept, so we can consider. And money as in Formula One, that would be good as well. Fixed dates, yeah. Manageable time frame, important. Early publication, yes. I think it is linked to the next project that will be presented. It's the strategic event attribution so that we can consolidate all those attributions early enough so that it can be shared with everybody, all the member federations. Athlete well-being, location. Very interesting. Thank you very much for all those responses. We keep them and we keep considering. So when talking about reshaping the calendar, we agree, and thanks for the comments, they came up, structure, predictability, know the dates in advance, link towards the Olympic Games or the World Championships. And what has been considered that we provide in the calendar, in the global calendar, windows for all those types of events. Understanding and supporting, endorsing the international regattas, also the continental events and the multi-sport games. So what could be a model that the space is there, and I'm talking about Northern Hemisphere. It will be a next step to make a combination and an overlay with the Southern Hemisphere seasons and regatta calendars, but it also has some reflection to that. So international regattas, which in the future, so we want to encourage participation in those. It might be interesting because different format, early season, testing cruise, so for all sorts of reasons. And also the organizers of those international regattas can grow into World Cup hosts or World Championship hosts. So we would like to endorse more the international regattas. Continental championships or continental events or regional per se, they could be the next window, May or June, or we are aware that on certain continents, the continental championships take place after the World Championship in the period of October, November, December throughout the winter. So that would be kind of the reset date after the World Championships, and then we can move into the continental and regional events period. The World Championships window ideally should remain August, September, and after the World Champs, there would be space for showcase events like the World Rowing Shanghai event, Shanghai Sprints. With this particular proposal to have the World Cups very compact in July, then after the last World Cup, 3 weeks or maximum the current setup 6 weeks after the last World Cup, the World Championships, we just made an analysis, and I show you as an example. So it's very good because it's compact. So we can keep the World Cups at 2 weeks apart, potentially helping all those traveling from outside of Europe, from far away, to stay here for a shorter period, especially if we can keep it within the 90 days, and a well-defined period for senior elite teams. What are the challenges with the current European July is certainly the climate change. So the extreme heat weather conditions which would rule out certain venues of the circle. You just can't imagine going to Seville, for example, in July. And also it would make it very difficult for athletes to compete under those circumstances week after week after week. We also have the commitment, obligation, responsibility to deliver the World Rowing Under-19 and Under-23 championships. And those events cannot go outside of that window because of school, because of universities. Many of the athletes within that population are students at USA universities, so they just have a limited summer period. I know, again, it's different on the southern hemisphere. The rhythm is slightly different. But this is also something we need to consider, and not just because of that, but also in terms of the capacities, the World Rowing staff capacity, service providers capacity. So if we had World Cups every second week, and we have to run all these under-23, under-19 in between, it would mean that an event every week, which is currently doesn't seem to be the feasible solution. Maybe in the future, yes, if we can duplicate everything. We have 2 sets of everything. So Same for service providers. Clearly, they expressed currently it's a no-go for them. And on top of the World Rowing events, they also have their national, regional events they need to service. And whereas we are looking for better exposure for rowing, we would be shortening that window where we can expose the athletes and the sport and the rowing competition to wider audiences, because it would be just 1 month plus the world champs. I'm not saying that we ruled out, it just what are the dilemmas here, how to evaluate whether it's good or not. And also July is pretty compact with some other big sporting events, so there's a fight for TV airtime. So every calendar option is a huge trade-off. And I just put up a different calendar option. The logic is the same. So there should be a link between international regattas, continental World Cups towards the World Rowing Championships, or ultimately the Olympic Games. So somehow endorse them. The difference is that in option 2, the World Cups would start earlier, already in June. So looking at June as a period for World Cups. Yes. Yes. Oh, sorry. We have this. The microphone is coming.
Having a set World Rowing calendar is to everybody's benefit because they know what to plan each year. The concept of starting with continental championships, then World Cup, then World Championships is also very good for the development of the season. You could even make each continental championship the first round of the World Cup, so you get World Cup points in your own continent, but the elephant in the room is the European Championships must not be allowed to interrupt the World Cup, because that's when you destroy the World Cup. But if it's held in May, June, the same time as the other continents, you're putting the whole world on the same basis.
Thank you, John. And it's so unfortunate to have this loudspeaker in between you and me. But yeah, that's a fair comment. And this is what we are aiming at. What can disrupt that logic is multi-sport games, which would mean additional audiences, additional revenue, additional all sorts of, commercial broadcast media value to the events. And one of the examples, if we are speaking about Europe, it's the multi-sport European Championships, which happened in the past. I know that we had discussions about that, but those, just having the European Championships together with all the other sports who are concerned, just made a big difference financially as well. But on other continents, it might be the same if we have to consider, because we do not have control over the dates of the multi-sport games and events. But very fair point, and this is exactly the intention, that to keep continental before and then start the world and not interfere, not overlap. And to finalize my part of the presentation before handing over to Henk-Jan. So just what the timeline is. I know that you may be expected more specific, more concrete, but as you understand, it's very complex. There are the ideas, we just need to gain shape and be finalized before the end of the year. So that's the goal, and so that we can go to market with the events for the 29 to 32 season cycle at the beginning of 27. And this whole process goes hand in hand with the SEEP, the Strategic Event and Event Attribution process, where the principles are redefined, the value proposition, go-to-market process, and you will hear about that in a minute. And also the documentation and requirements for those events are being reviewed. Maybe just talking about the requirements, it's a very serious piece of work and exercise to go through every single element that we require from an organizing committee, from a venue, for World Championships versus World Cups. So maybe, well, we can compromise on certain standards there, but also we hear that it needs to be something better and unique. And before I conclude, I would like to raise another or share with you another question. I think we all agree, or most of us agree, that all those events need to be connected, creating a pathway towards the World Championships and the Olympic Games. But how? How is it possible? So potential mechanisms could include participation requirements made compulsory, mandating everyone to participate in the World Cup Series and Continental Championships in order to be eligible to enter for the World Championships. Or some sort of point system or World Rowing ranking system as a very strong incentive. And as I said, I think previously, we are not ruling out introducing financial incentives, but we need to get the product right first so that we can earn some money with that. So the objective with this would be to make the journey to the World Rowing Championships meaningful and impactful on the rowing ecosystem, encouraging a consistent and plannable participation across all event tiers. And with that, I hand over to Henk-Jan, who is going to share more, of course, space first for questions and comments. And Henk-Jan will give insights into the very exciting bit of the World Rowing ranking, which we think should be the incentive, not the mandatory participation. So we agree that that's not the right way going forward. It's more the ranking system as a tool to incentivize or to encourage participation in the World Cups. And now questions and comments.
Yeah, Eva,
Seada, yes.
thank you. Here's Seada from the Netherlands. I think your last remark helped by mentioning that the ranking is the ranking system would more be about seeding and ranking and not as an entry ticket in the World Championships. Because actually my question was about the World Championships. Currently we have 64 countries, which I think is really awesome to have all those countries here. But if the World Cup system would become a requisite for getting into the World Championships, that would probably decrease the number of countries in the World Championships. So my question is, what is the vision of World Rowing for having World Championships and for having real large participation at World Championships?
Thank you for the question. My answer might not be direct to that, because what is also being explored, if we want to limit participation at the World Championships, happy to hear your comments on that, but it's been raised for operational reasons, helping the organizing committees. If we have to restrict and say that maximum 36 single sculls, that's the cap. It came up in the conversations, in the discussions, whether that's the way forward or not. It has not been decided. I think the majority of the group thinks that we are not there yet. It shouldn't be restricted. On the contrary, encouraging participation.
I'm not sure what my organizing committee told you, but we really appreciated having a lot of countries here and having a lot of different cultures here. And also, I think that the difference in the level the rowing level that we saw actually in the heats, it was okay. And you know, the audience, they were clapping just as loud for the rowers that came in 1 minute later because they were trying so hard as for the winners. So I think even also, it's not the most fearsome race, but in the heats, I mean, there was still a lot of respect for all the countries, even development countries that were out there trying at a different level. And also from, I mean, 20 more sculls, that's not gonna make the difference. I mean, operationally, it's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate what my colleague said, because this is a global sport, and you want it to be a global sport, and not just the top 20 rowers or 25 rowers. I mean, the World Cup, for instance, we know Italy was better than most of the teams in the World Cup, but it didn't make it. But the World Cup was great because everybody was there and the enthusiasm and everything. So we really need to give everybody a chance and you know, have regional championships, and the regional champions can go on. And I think the World Cup is a good example, kind of course, completely different sport, but kind of the idea of it is something, you know, would be great to see here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comment, and maybe it wasn't clear. So if we do the pathway through the ranking, the regional championships or the continental championships would play an important role there. So definitely we want to link those events in the pathway towards. The only thing that, and I think it's been discussed with Daniela, who's leading the development program for World Rowing, that there should be certain performance criteria. So we don't want to have the World Championships as the first international event for athletes, but to create other opportunities. And this is, or the plan is to support it in many different ways.
My comment would be, because of the limited competitions within my hemisphere, there are not much competitions for us in the Americas. And therefore, what system then would be put in place for more competitions to make us more ready for world events? Because as it stands, there are very few. Also, my colleague made a statement referring to football. He didn't say football, but we know he meant football. There is a pathway to the World Cup. Rather than have the World Cup every year, why not have a system where you have like playoffs in different regions to lead up to the World Cup? That would build marketability. That would build capacity, and that would lend itself to excitement around the world. That can be considered a similar form like that, so that each country would have an opportunity to go through a system to participate towards the World Cup.
Thank you very much for the comment. Let me translate it. World Cup in football is sort of the equivalent of our World Championships. And yes, it's been considered that we move from the annual World Championships to a biennial World Championships. So this is also part of the discussion. If we do the World Championships only every second year and not every year, creating longer period pathway, and in the years between, the highlight event could be the regional or the continental championships. But because currently the best, unquestionably the only really marketable product we have is the World Championships, and I think the past week was a brilliant example how well it can be delivered and presented, and what great event it is, thanks to the organizers. I think currently we keep the annual World Rowing Championships in the calendar. There's another question at the back there.
Thank you for the presentation. Just more of a thought. In the same, I mean, is there any thought around perhaps using the kind of global major marathons model? So for example, major regattas around the world, either the head race or the sprint format. So for example, head of the Charles, head of the Yarra, Holland Becker, Henley, things like that. And so you make the racing season truly global. If countries or federations or athletes have the resources to follow that around, great. If not, then maybe think about a kind of baseline threshold.
Thank you. The short answer is yes, it's being considered. I just kind of named them as international events, and they are being considered. And more details on that are coming from Henk-Jan. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do you know how it feels when you have been sitting a long time and you can stand? Try it, try it. Just stand up, feel a little bit better. I love this. Okay. Thank you very much. The next part. You can rely on my Dutchness to be very short, but I'm told to be a little bit longer. So I entered 5 slides, and now I'm facing 15. Anyway, it's all about ranking and related to all that Eva is already saying, has been saying. And we are looking for using the Olympics as a value to use in more years and more events. So if you look at the big teams, with all the smaller teams also, they actually, to secure their funding for the next 4 years, you only have to perform twice in 4 years. The Olympic qualification and the Olympic itself, and then most of the funding is secured for the rest of the 4 years. If we can transfer that value to more events and more years, I think we can increase the value of the whole rowing ecosystem for everyone. So the world ranking that we are thinking about should be a tool to achieve that, so that we incentivize the system and make sure that people, rowers, are showing up more often, because the biggest asset as a community we have is our best rowers. We want to show the best rowers their performances, the excitement, and we don't do this only a few times. So that's the whole reason to to increase that value. I'm not going to read all the text on the slides, but it's more of a reference later. The purpose is also to have a good answer on the Fit for the Future, the IOC system that values all the sports, all the disciplines, and we need to make sure that we have a higher value than we're having now. It's been explained already. Before we can have a ranking, we need to be sure that we have a good ranking, that people recognize, that we have the right people on top, and that it has a meaning, that people can use it for personal promotion, for team promotion, but also for world rowing promotion in general. The stories that we can tell have a history. Now we only have a surprise appearance at the World Championships, maybe at the World Cups, but we need a longer story. We need a history of people that they can see, okay, this was a good period they had, and now it's a little bit less. That's an interesting story to tell. And of course, it has also, the more stories that it can be told, the more attention it gets, and it has also more value for commercial purposes. So the ranking is a tool, it's a glue between all the events that we have. That's the purpose of it. It can connect all the events from international regattas up to the Olympics. So we have on top the Olympic Games, what I explained, World Championships, the Rowing Cups, World Rowing Cups, that's all clear. The Continental Championships are not everywhere used as we want, so I think it's very important to improve the visibility and also the value of the Continental Championships, to increase the opportunities for rowers to get value out of their continent, so that they don't have to go to Europe to be seen or to compare their performances against the top rowers, the other top rowers, but that they can also have more competition at their own continents. It's not easy, I know. Sometimes I'm daydreaming, but if you don't have a dream, you're not getting anywhere. So those continental championships are very important to increase continental rowing. And the international regattas are more regional regattas. They have been mentioned already. Oh, I'm reading my small next slide. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so this is what I taught last 2 minutes. So about the international regattas, that's regional regattas, and I think it's important to increase the value of those regattas also. If they get the label part of the Olympic qualification or part of the World Championships qualification, then people will go there, organizations will be more interested, and it's easier to get funding for that. So we have to share that value. And I think we have been doing a very good job in killing all international regattas the last 30 years. So I think it's also important now to recognize that and to make it possible to revive all those still existing regattas, but making them more important. But also to send our best rowers there. And for the international regattas, I envision that people can be invited. It's the minimal set of criteria we should use to make them part of this ranking system, but that they can evolve and develop into maybe a ranking World Cup later on. But we should leave the local possibilities where they are and just make sure that there are opportunities to grow. An increased value, what I said, is about the sport, more meaningful racing regionally, but also on highest level. And it means that we have to switch from being a training sport to a performance sport. Of course we make performances, but only a few. If you look at other sports, there are many more events, many more opportunities to show yourself and to show the whole sport to the grand public. And I think that's a switch that we have to make. We are so busy with making rowing fair and making it easy for rowers to go anywhere, because in the end, the rowers are paying for their own races, not spectators. We have to switch to being a spectator sport. And it will take time, but it's a different approach to our training budgets and to our race budgets. Storytelling I talked about already, and it's also a governance tool. So if we have a tool to create opportunities, we can also say these races are more important. The World Cups are having a certain value, and all that to get to the World Championships. It might not be a qualification directly, but it is a connected way of making sure that people are incentivized to do more racing. And in the end, we only have two real incentives. It's a big bag of money, which we don't have, or rules that say it's not enough to show up. You have to be in the ranking at a certain level to be able to go to the World Championships. And all the details need to be worked out, but that's the only two ways we have to make sure that people are doing more than we are seeing now, race-wise. So what we did, we consulted all key stakeholders. It's all been part of the process that Eva already mentioned and told about. And we are testing all the implications. So it's been said, if you say this is the only way to get to the World Championships, we won't support it. But that's one vision. We can also say there's people who know they are not able to go to the World Championships, but if there was a ranking and the team would say to the government, we need to go to that event to get a little bit higher on the ranking and maybe go to the World Championships, they would have had more money than they had now. So there's different visions on that. Okay, you probably read it all. So we found the professional expertise in Hypercube Business Innovation. They have a lot of experience in making rankings for different sports, beach volleyball, for instance. And they have helped us to have the first set of variables that we can use to tune to get the right ranking. So we have a model that uses historical data to make sure that we can have simulations and see how the development of the rowers in this ranking would have been using the previous results. All until now with the database we have in World Rowing, so that's not for international races yet. And it will be refined. So we will make sure that, we'll tell that about later, but that every stakeholder understands the value of the ranking, but also how it could work and how it could work for anyone in the ecosystem, in our community. So we have a prototype now. It's important to have some principles on that. That means that we want to have a system that rewards performance and not attendance. It's not enough to go somewhere and say, okay, I've been there, I got enough points. You also have to show your quality. I think that's important. But it can also have unintended incentives that people say, okay, if I skip this event, my competition gets less points, so I have better position for the next round. So there's many loopholes that coaches will find to rig the system. So we have to be very careful that we have the intended results and not all the unintended results. And coaches are very good at that. More to the details. I said we have different event tiers. So the Olympic Games, World Championships, World Cups, Continental Championships, those last two, not necessarily in that order, but we can discuss that, and those international regattas. And the last one, again, it's very important to include more people, more rowers in the system that are not necessarily going to the World Championships, but I think we're losing a lot of people in between the lower levels and the top level. It's a big gap between people that row for five years and people that have continue to row and go to top level. We need some challenges for those people too, and regional regattas, international regattas will fill that void, I think. Now, don't go into the details in the sense of look at the numbers. That can be changing, of course, but for now, we have a list of 24 results. So if you enter more than 24, there's not a result, an answer to at this moment, but we could extend this list, of course. And the difference would be a little bit Olympics, we value highest, and then the World Championships, and again, World Cups and Continental Championships could change their place, depending on how that works out in the models and in the simulations. And international regattas, of course, have also some points. But it shouldn't be possible to enter one World Cup and just that's enough to qualify for the World Championships. But on the other side, if you are last on every World Cup, is that enough to qualify for the World Championships? I don't know. That's a discussion and that's a question. But it could also be, how many international races do you need to go to qualify for the World Championships? That's all the ratios between the numbers are important to discuss and to see how that plays out in the future. Then we have an interesting factor, that's the boat class factor. You could say the single is the most valued boat class we have. And the simplest explanation could be, if you look at the best 8 at this moment, how many of those 8 rowers would be able to beat the number 1 in the single? So you could say maybe the number of points for a bigger boat are less than for the single, or not. So there's different scenarios that we can choose from, and these are a few that we used. In this moment, we only set the scenario to number 1 and making the 8 a little bit more valuable than the other boats because it's the blue ribbon event. And it's very important for our sport to show those 8s because that's the biggest spectacle maybe. And the singles, of course. Although I liked all the races, of course, but not the general public maybe. Okay. So this is something to discuss. This is a difficult discussion because what's the value of what boat and what will be the consequences later on? If IOC says, oh, okay, so the double and the other boats are only half the value, then we can skip them because we only need the best ones. So it's not that easy to determine these numbers. Then we have an important one, is the depreciation factors. How long should points live? So in this example, we have an Olympics score, the 1,000 points if you win the Olympics in the single. And then the next year, it should still have 100% of those points, because it would be silly not to enjoy at least 1 year of your maximum score. The same goes for the World Championships, but in this case, only 50% will depreciate the year after. So if you are a world champion in 2027, yeah, I'm still from the previous age. But then you have no World Championships in 28. You still have some benefit from your World Championships before the Olympics in the World Championships after the Olympics or any other order of events. For the Continental Championships, in this example, is before the World Championships. For the next season is only 50% because you already enjoyed your 100% in the same season. Same goes for the World Cup and the international regattas. And to have this depreciation factor means that if you start the ranking again in the sense of when is your starting point, and I would say now we calculated the day after the World Championships, then you still want to have some previous ranking, because otherwise everyone should start on 0. That doesn't make sense. So it must be a little bit wave-like instead of very big movements. So also at the international level, there should be some carryover to the next season. Then we have the doubling up. That's just an example of the possibilities to change all things. We want to have doubling up. We stimulate doubling up now because of the Olympic program. That's important to have more boats than the usual quota would allow. And why make it less important for the second start or the third start or even the fourth? So for now, we have a 100% score for all the efforts you made at the World Championships. So we now even have 2 people that have tripled up and could have a very high score because of 3 gold medals. They will have a very high score, of course. Okay. Well, what I forgot to say, if you have any questions, I just continue. I don't continue, of course.
Thank you, Kasper, President of the Danish Federation. I have 2 questions for you. One of them, what is the main point of the ranking system? Is that to have the best crews in all the ways, or is it to have a close cycling of rows that is traveling around the world? And that comes to the next question is, what is the ranking of a junior going up in the seniors? How is it that you can enter this ecosystem? Because if everybody have higher ranks of numbers, it would be very difficult for a new rower to get in. And when I talk to the federations in Europe, we don't have that much youngers any longer. They're going back. So how do we keep an interesting sport to get into the top? So maybe it could be like a trial regatta before the World Cup. So if you take like tennis, you will have the seatings, and then before that we have 1 or 2 days where you could enter with 0 points, but still get in the main competition.
Yes, that's a good point. But I think you could enter, even as a junior and under 23s, in those international events, those international regattas, and build your points. But it's not, at this moment, we don't look at qualifying for the World Cups. That's still an open entry. But for the World Championships, that has more value, and that could be used to incentivize to go to the World Cups, because you get more points over there. So I think for juniors and for under 23s, we don't envision the ranking yet, but it's logical to include them, of course. But then building your portfolio and go up in the ranks, the international regattas, would be the first step. But you could also think of implementing a ranking system for your local, for your national events, and have people get used to rankings and use it as your national policy to incentivize races. So that's all open, and I think if we have the basic ranking ready, we could transfer it to national purposes, if you want. Any other question on this? Behind the speaker.
Norbert again from Austria. So the idea of the ranking system is to have a lot of attendees at the World Cups. So if you carry on the results from a former Olympics or World Championships, and a good federation continues to gather points in the first World Cup, then they would actually, it's a calculation game, have enough points to leave out the second World Cup to concentrate on the World Championships again. So you're actually mining your own...
Yep, you're right. You're right. But we have more tricks up on our sleeves.
So I think it's best to start the season with 0, and everybody has to gain. Even new crews after Olympics, new crews come into the game, and they have to start from the beginning. It's same rules for everybody, and I think excellence is higher than need to be rated than participation.
Yes, that's a good point. And it's all, we have to simulate all those possibilities, and that's the purpose of these variables, that we can choose how to set them. So it's now 50%, but we could also say 33% for the Olympics, but we could also say, okay, it will depreciate more quickly so that you only have some benefit in the next year, and that the value of the World Cups and other races are so high that it flushes out quicker. So that's all in simulation, but you have a fair point. But also we could look at seeding. If we use the ranking as a seeding, there's been lots of questions about the seeding process. It would be very transparent to have the seeding based on the ranking. And that would also be another incentive to say, okay, if I'm too low on the list, then I lose my seeding. So let's go to the World Cups. So that are more opportunities than only using it for qualification.
Musliha from Malaysia. For smaller member of federation with limited resource, could you clarify whether the ranking will be baseline on the athlete base, both class, or member of federation base? So can an athlete focus only on single scull and build a complete ranking pathway? And what if when the athlete decided to go from single scull and change it to double scull, will the ranking will be carried away?
Thank you. That's a good question. So the ranking is based on the individual points. So you have an individual ranking, but to have team rankings, it could be the average or the sum of the points that people individually have. So if you have gained a lot of points in a single, you could use that to enter a double. And if you have a good double partner, you have a high ranking in that boat class. So we could have boat class rankings based on the individual rankings. That's the idea. Because the individual ranking is easier to understand for the media, but we could also say, based on that individual ranking, we can go to boat ranking. Or even team ranking if we want.
My question ties in with what she just said a little bit. If you have a single, you have a personality, and you can say this person has this ranking, and it goes up and down based on performance. If you have an individual boat, it's really difficult to understand how the individual would get ranked. For example, if you had an 8 and you had the best athlete in your country in that 8, but it doesn't perform well because it doesn't have a full team, that person won't get ranked very highly. So it seems like it's a flaw if you start looking at it as a boat category opposed to an individual.
If I understand this right, if you're racing in the 8 and you have a ranked points, everyone in that 8 get the same number of points.
So even if it's the best athlete that country ever has?
Yes, if he has to carry 7 others, then they split the points.
Thank you.
Hey, sorry.
Yeah.
My question is, maybe I have missed it, but I hope you clarify. What happens, for example, because I spoke today with Kate Prendergast, who has multiple medals in the same Olympic in 2 boat classes. What happens in an athlete wins gold medal in the 8, and then he wins the silver medal in the pair in the same Olympics?
Then he gets twice the points. Okay. So if you perform more, you get a higher ranking.
Yes, but there are some countries that maybe, like our country, we cannot produce. I mean, of course, it's our problem, but do you think you can consider this matter for countries who which cannot produce athletes except singles, that they just simply cannot compete in other events?
Sure, but it's difficult. And part of the whole doubling up discussion is that we also able to create heroes. So in my view, if you look at swimming, for instance, it's a bit silly that you have 7 medals in swimming. It could have been done in 1 race, I think. But on the other hand, this guy gets a lot of attention. Swimming gets a lot of attention because of the attention for the gold medals. So I think it's an opportunity to create heroes, get them more attention, and it also will trickle down to the ranks and say, okay, that's a good incentive for me to train more and to get more done in my country. I think those heroes can be used to as an example, as a role model for other countries and other rowers.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jan. Well, you know, you and I are really aligned on the ranking system, and I think it's really good idea to include a lot of races worldwide and to kind of create this international world rowing network and make also the competition a little bit more lengthier and interesting. I think we're kind of dancing around like, are we going to use the ranking system for qualifying for the World Championships and or just seeding for the World Championships? I think that's truly a big difference. And for two reasons. One is what I already said earlier. I think the World Championships should be big. I mean, the overhead cost of organizing a World Championship are really high. And then it doesn't really matter if there's actually 500 rowers or there are 1,000 rowers. Actually, it's better for the organizing committee to have 1,000 rowers and to have more races. So I'm not sure where the whole pressure is coming from to lower the number of athletes on the World Championships. And that would also lower the number of entrants and countries on the World Championships. The second one is, I think, about creating heroes. If you would use the ranking system, our Caroline would not be eligible of starting in the World Championships in the Netherlands because she hasn't rowed anything or she hasn't finished. So I think if you're really going to use this point system for qualification, we're going to be in trouble. So I really like the seeding system, but not the qualifying system.
All right, thank you. What I explained, starting at the last point, is that the only incentive that we can create out of what we're doing now is a qualification, so change the rules, because otherwise people will still go to a minimum number of races because that's the only necessity to get to the Olympics, because then you get your money. If we change the rules, we will change behavior. And of course, there will be exceptions. And you say Caroline wouldn't be qualified. I think she will, because she had still Olympic points and she could still go to the World Championships maybe. It's not that nobody can go to the World Championships if you're not qualified high enough. There will be some limits, and we have to define those limits if we go that way. So we can start with seeding and see how that plays out and see what qualifying will do. It's not something we decide, it's something you and I, and not I particularly, but it's a combination of opinions, of course. But this is the most powerful way of making sure that people go to World Cups and other races that are important for rowing in general.
Here I think is kind of the difference. I think international racing and visibility is very important. I'm not sure it always has to be the World Cup. I mean, it could also be Henley or the Boston Cup or other international regattas that actually also have, or Luzern Roadside Regatta, that have a high standing. I do understand the need of the World Rowing Organization to create a commercial program. So I think we should also be open then of what's the value of having a commercial World Cup program to sell off and what that it's going to bring to the table, because you want to push the countries and the rowers into the World Cup series, and we want to do that because we can commercialize it. So I think we should also be open then about what the commercial benefits are going to be once we would have this great World Cup series with all the countries participating.
Yes, very fair point. And I think the only way to get there is to take this first step. So what I said before, someone has to invest in behavioral change. So if we want to have the World Cups as a success and a shared possibility for value and income, then someone has to make sure that people are going. So that's a different way of budgeting your season. So go to the World Cups. And if that doesn't work, then we might need a qualification system to get that done. Because it's very important. But what you're saying also is all those other international regattas need to be connected, and they get more value if they are part of the whole process in getting to the World Championships and even to the World Cups, for the Olympics.
Well, my other part of the question was the commercial side. I think right now we have a real strong governance within World Rowing on all the technicalities of the sport and the rowing, and we have hardly any governance infrastructure on commercial agreements or marketing agreements or media rights agreements. So I think if it's the idea of this whole program to push us into commercial viable World Cups, which might be a good idea, we should also adjust our governance so together we can also have the discussion about the commercial rights, about the benefits and about the media rights and of the athletes and of the countries. So I would propose that if you want to go forward with using it as a qualifier for commercial benefit, for potential future commercial benefits, we also adjust the governance of world rowing to reflect that. So that would be a request, additional request for the future then.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy that I'm only a small part of a whole big team. And that the financial part can be answered probably on the left side here. But it's a very valid point. The shared income, the shared value, it must be very clear for everyone. And about the number of rowers, the first question you had is, it is not to limit the number of rowers, but to get the best rowers at the best places and to have more rowers in the whole system of competition. All right? Yes?
Yeah, Sweden here. I just think it's a great idea with the rankings, but I question if it's the right thing to use it for qualification for other regattas. Can we make this a big commercial thing, just the rankings in itself, kind of promoting that, oh, this is the rower that's currently in the lead in the world ranks, and we can sell that at every event, we can make that a big thing, maybe have some prize money, who's the best rower in the world at the end of the year, and then we have the best rower in the world every year, and we can maybe get that like as an extra event or something extra we can sell commercially as well. And that would still encourage people, I think, to participate more and in different regattas. I think it's overcomplicating things if we're making this also part of the qualification for the world champs and stuff. Because I agree, I think it's amazing. I sell this so much to my National Olympic Committee that we have 64 countries here and that we have a lot of different countries taking medals as well. I think that's a great thing for our sport, and I'm a bit concerned if we're kind of decreasing that number.
Okay, thank you. That goes smoothly into my next slide, because this is about the planning. And I agree, if the ranking works as an incentive in itself, then it's also good. But what I told you in the beginning, I'm the short version guy going from A to B in a straight line, as we do as rowers. And I've heard C's, D's, and E's that are very important. So thank you for that. We are now at the red line. So we have a first version of the ranking. I think we need to prepare international regattas to be part of it, so that they know that it exists, that they are have possibilities to increase their participation, but maybe also their funding and sponsorships. We will use it next year to support the seeding panel, to give them more information about how the crews and where they are coming from, and maybe implement it later on. We're aiming for a first publication, maybe by the end of the year, to get people used to having a ranking, that they can see how it looks like, and that they have comments on why am I on place 100 and not on place 1. We have big discussions about the seeding being 4th or 5th in the seeding, but that's sideway. But there will be very many discussions about the level of individual rowers, of course, and all that information is important to fine-tune the parameters to get the right ranking. So after LA, we should be able to use the ranking as a tool to obtain our goals. And we still have the support of Hypercube to get the fine-tuning and all the calculations that need to be done, and also the marketing implementation must be done as good as possible and have the most benefit out of it. All right, so we are not quite up to date, but an example for the ranking at this moment, based on the settings that I showed, will be this. It's small enough not to get scared. And you remove the title, so this is probably the women. And so just as an example, the number 1 USA, you can see on the right side what races she did in different boat classes and how to add all those numbers to get to the first place. And also the number 2, Lauren Henry, sorry, just ranked 2nd, although she had single sculls results, of course, and you can see how that goes. This is before the World Championships, so probably it's switched now. And the same goes for the men. I hope it's small enough not to get all those detailed discussions now, but the intention is that you can see who's on top, what are the results that made him there, and what are the differences. So this is just an example. This is where we are. And for now, we have to validate the methodology and understand how we can perform across different scenarios. So that was continuing discussions for the coming months. We will refine, and I'm very happy with all your input. If you think about it and sleep on it, let me know, send emails, and the more knowledge and opinions we have, the better result we will get. So, any questions before I say thank you? Over there?
I think you have already had some questions and some comments, so we need to...
Oh, to un-Dutch now?
Yeah, you have really improved, yes.
Thank you very much, and I hope to speak to you all, and hope to have a bright future for rowing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Enkan, and as you can see, we are not at the end of this journey, but of course it's important that we can go step by step, and as we know, it's not finalized at the first step. We have really to go into the details, and but yeah, we have to progress. So thank you. Now I'll leave the floor for the next strategic project.
Thank you. So we have 3 more topics to cover in about 40 to 50 minutes maximum. As I alluded to this morning, we had always set to, as we were approaching the conclusion of the event review and calendar review, to start a process to review our event attribution and everything around that. I mentioned that we had appointed the sports consultancy to take us through one strategic review, but also help us go to market. And so on that basis, I'm very pleased to ask Jonathan Steele, Associate Director, Major Events Partnerships at the Sports Consultancy, to take you through everything you need to know at this stage about our review of the attribution process. Thank you. Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Well, I wanted to say thank you very much for letting me into your sport today. It was fantastic seeing the event yesterday for the first time in the World Championships. I've personally worked in sport for more than 20 years, so I've seen a lot of different sports, but it's my first exposure to rowing, and I genuinely thought the event was fantastic. So congratulations to World Rowing, and congratulations to the Dutch Rowing Association and the organising committee. A little bit of information about TSC, just as an introduction. So TSC has been around for 20 years. We are a sports marketing agency, but also a consultancy. We do commercial advisory, and we are specialists in sports and also host city procurement. We're kind of unique in this kind of sports marketing landscape in that we can be in market at any point in time with multiple rights from a hosting perspective. So we can be representing a tennis property, also a Formula 1 property or a motorsport property, another water-based property at any one time. So we're very well connected globally, and we understand what it takes to attribute effectively events to host cities and to regions. We have offices in the UK, Europe, Middle East, and Asia Pacific. And some of our past clients have included the WTA, the NFL, so we were the ones that helped the NFL come out of North America, the Volvo Ocean Race, World Netball, World Sailing, World Rugby, and these are some of our previous clients we've worked with before. We work across Olympic and non-Olympic sports with international federations and also with domestic federations, promoters, venues, and governments, etc. So we work across the whole spectrum of sport. And we work on both sides of the value exchange between cities and international sports events. So I'll get started. So I want to start off by talking about the benefits of hosting. So hosting a World Rowing event should be a very compelling proposition. It delivers very strong economic impact, or it should deliver economic impact. Events generate measurable returns for host cities and for governments. You get the accommodation, you get the transport, the visitor spend, the media profile. A strong economic case is what secures government investment, and we need World Rowing events to be able to make that case credibly. You also get the sporting impact. So hosting creates a strategic platform for national rowing programs to develop high-performance athletes. Proximity to elite competition accelerates athlete development and supports the pathway to Olympic medal success. And then you get the participation impact as well. So you get the impact to grow the grassroots. So events inspire participation. So the stronger and more accessible we make the World Rowing events, or our events, the stronger the impact case becomes for federations, for governments and sponsors. However, the global environment for international sports events has materially changed since pre-pandemic bidding cycles. The global environment for inflation, geopolitical uncertainty, public funding scrutiny, and climate-related disruption and rising operational complexity are increasing delivery risk for hosts and international federations alike. These are just some of the examples that you are now facing when it comes to hosting major international sports events. So what is the impact on World Rowing? There's greater pressure on bid affordability and long-term host viability. There's a greater importance of private sector partnerships and diversified underwriting, and greater calendar volatility and reputational sensitivity across global markets. We've taken an initial look at the SEEP process for World Rowing, so the Strategic Event Attribution Process, and we have identified a number of factors, both good and bad, with the attribution process based on our experience in the market. So the core problem is one of cost and of a narrowing bidder pool. So the cost of hosting World Rowing events has reached a level that is making it out of reach for many member federations. The financial burden on host federations is high, and the deficit between what events cost and what governments are willing or able to contribute is large. Government funding for sports events is increasingly competitive and constrained. We saw it here in Holland. You've had the Hockey World Cup, you've had the rowing at the same time, and you've had Zandvoort at the same time. All three events, major international events in the Netherlands, roughly at the same time. So the result of this is that the pool of federations able and willing to bid for events is shrinking, and there is a risk for the calendar and for the long-term health of the events program. So some of the diagnoses that we've seen so far. So World Rowing events are complex to host. There is funding pressure. So many of the events are reliant on government funding, which is harder to justify. Member federation-driven bidding processes and the pool of bidders is condensed. So a lot of the bidding is done directly through you as member federations. And the untapped market is coastal cities and non-traditional venues are not yet reached, and broadening the pool requires reviewing requirements and unlocking new funding routes. However, the timeline is fit for purpose. So we've looked at the timeline that you have, both the timeline it takes to be attributed to the event and the timeline that there is after you've been attributed an event through to the event taking place. So our assessment is that World Rowing are missing out on opportunities, and the untapped markets are the cities and the regions where you guys all live themselves. So I think you all saw this slide earlier. This is just to show you that our review of the SEEP process is going hand in hand with this SECR process that's happening at the moment, as well as the docu process of the legal documents required for hosting. So the main message here is that from a sporting attractiveness perspective, World Rowing are confident that the product will come out much stronger post SECR, and therefore when the attribution process is finalized in January 2027, we will be going to market with a much stronger proposition, a much stronger product that we can go to market and therefore attract a bigger pool of potential bidders and greater diversification of investment. So to talk about the scope of our work, of our role, of what TSC is doing, did you want to ask some questions?
You don't have the microphone. We cannot.
Yeah, sorry. I was wondering if you've also done analysis of the current bid process and the bid transparency and the bidding costs, or how they are set up. I didn't see it reflected in the analysis.
Yes, this is underway. This is undertaken. We only started this process in June, so some of the finer details of the analysis that we've conducted on the attribution process are not quite ready for sharing just yet.
That said, the examples you took, Siad, are exactly what are at the heart of the current ongoing strategic review. And yes, cost is certainly at the heart of it.
Okay, so to go into the scope in a bit more detail of what TSC are doing for World Rowing, we're going through 3 different sections. So we're going through the scope is process and structure of the attribution process, the commercial model, which includes the costings, outreach and bidders. So the key objectives for each different section of the review is that we want to optimize and attract the maximum number of bidders around government budget cycles. We want to have a more sustainable model for hosts, member federations and governments with more commercial revenue and rationalized hosting costs and event requirements. So we're looking at the entire event requirement system. And then we want to have improved engagement with a broader pool of hosts and member federations, including direct dialogue between World Rowing, governments and the private sector, which will be facilitated by us. So some of the activities that are underway at the moment, so we are underway with a budget and data analysis, review of documentation over all 3 disciplines, benchmarking with other international federations, consultations with World Rowing, which are underway, and then consultations with member federations and organizing committees as well.
Yeah, a question again. On the last one, the outreach and bidders, it says that World Rowing wants to have a direct dialogue with governments and private sector. So that means basically that we as the member federations are cut out of this process. That's my interpretation of what's up there. Is that also what you're meaning to say?
No, it's not what I'm meaning to say. So if that comes across that way, I don't mean it that way. The member federations absolutely will remain part of this. The way I like to think about it is there's a kind of RASI chart. So I think about it as either consulted, either informed, depending on the capabilities of the member federations. We will support the dialogue directly with governments and regional stakeholders, but the member federations absolutely need to be involved.
Not much more to add to this. It is, of course, not the intention, but there is an intention to be less reliant, let's say, also because we have to recognize that some member federations may not necessarily be interested in taking a financial risk or in taking the operational burden. So it needs to be a scenario that offers flexibility for federations that want to be very involved and at the center of it, or one that needs to be less involved. The essential would be that we don't miss out on opportunity and that we demultiply the number of conversations that we're having to host.
Yeah. I totally agree from the World Rowing perspective. I think it would be really good to have some organizing committees and some member federations that do a lot of organizations in there, because I think we're totally missing out on the cost of having a venue and upgrading venues every 10 years. So, for example, Amsterdam has just invested 7 million to upgrade the Bosbaan. And that has been a process of 3 years with a lot of work from the member federation. And I cannot see any structure where World Rowing is going to take over that work in any sensible way, because it's also the legacy and the future of this tournament. So I think, at least for the Netherlands, I don't see any way how you can do this without a member federation. And if the member federation wants to have a sustainable legacy of the venue going forward, I think they should always be involved. But please talk to us in this part of the process. Thank you.
Yes. Must be noted that a number of you are actually being consulted as we speak on whatever topic of relevance, and this is certainly one. So in fact, your federation has been consulted already, and there will be more conversations in the future. So loud and clear.
Yep.
Let's continue, and then we'll leave the questions for the end.
Yep, thank you very much. Yeah, I think we're planning on speaking with you shortly after. You were busy doing something quite important this week, so I believe we've spoken to the US already, and we've spoken to a couple of other ones, so happy to add to that list. So just to conclude, and before we open the floor to questions, because very happy to take them, the new attribution process will begin from January 2027. There will be a formal launch. We will be supporting World Rowing and going to market, working with the member federations. We will be doing some candidate management and evaluation. This is a process that we run a lot for our clients, so we do this across multiple different sports. We're really excited to be working with you. It's important that the SECR process is conducted at the same time, and then we have the attribution process, the new attribution process starting alongside that. And the idea is, as I show on the right-hand side, and hopefully this is a visual that will make sense, is that we will be looking more at a consortium approach. So rather than being reliant entirely upon the member federations to put forward bids, to secure financing, to make the bids compelling, we will be supporting the member federations. We'll be reaching out to national and regional governments. We'll be dealing with tourism authorities to widen the scope and to widen the appeal and to hopefully increase the number of bidders for the future attribution of World Rowing events. That was it for me today. I'm very happy to take questions and answer them where I can.
Fair to say that the process has only just started, as we said earlier in July. We are still in the first phase of that process, the consultation phase, where we're really reviewing everything there has to review about the process. And then we'll move gradually in Q4 towards planning the go-to-market process, which is getting us ready in January 2027 to go to market, so to speak, with multiple years of World Cups and World Championships, focusing on classic rowing for the first few months. But we'll come back to that and to you on as we get closer to the time. Jonathan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have two more topics to cover. And for the third one, we're going to do a little detour towards beach sprints and specifically reviewing in very short our beach sprint 360 strategy in just a couple of slides so you understand what it's all about. And we will focus then on one of the pillars of that strategy, which is the launch of our World Rowing Beach Sprint Series with, as I alluded to earlier, an announcement regarding the future hosts of this event. First of all, we had a video to start with.
Every coastline has a rhythm. The wind, the waves, the sand. A rhythm shaped by nature. Timeless, eternal. Until nature finds a new pulse. Then, fury unfolds.
Very quick go. Come with this race on your own. Firing on all cylinders. Bow got back down. A sensation, a shock. 10 steps, who's going to make it? Absolutely historic. Look how much it means.
It's more than racing. It's coastlines on the world's biggest stage.
Eyes now turning to LA 28.
Energy is contagious. Champions are crowned. Legends are born.
Look at that timing. Sensational.
This is where it all comes together. This is beach sprint rowing.
They're coming up to the line. Incredible.
Right, so the strategy, as I said, which was validated early in the year by our cross commissions or joint commissions, as well as the Coastal Commission, of course, has 6 main pillars, and I'll touch very briefly on each and every one of them. The first one is perhaps the most obvious of all. It's about the Olympic Games. It's also about the Youth Olympic Games. We have an event in just a few weeks in Senegal, as you know, with beach sprints on the program. And it's also about any potential future qualifier event to the Olympic Games, which the AOC are currently working on, but there's no announcement made to this day. So that's the first pillar. Second one is about, of course, our own events, and specifically our own flagship event, the one that takes place every year in Q4, and next edition in Qingdao, China. And that is everything we do to elevate the delivery standards of that event, to get it more attractive and everything around it, and to, of course, to commercialize it as well. Strategy is also about inclusion in multi-sports events. We are, for instance, next year on the European Games program for the first time. We certainly hope to be on the Commonwealth Games program, Mediterranean Games program, and on and on. So it's about inclusion in multi-sports events, of course. It is about everything we will do and have started doing to, wherever possible, elevate the standards and give a greater role for the continental beach sprint rowing events as on the qualifying pathway to the beach sprint finals and ultimately to the Olympic Games. And it's about something which we believe very strongly in, which is about also working more collaboratively with third-party beach sprint regatta organizers. There's more and more organizers every single day, more events in Europe and outside, and we want to play a greater role in supporting them, in ensuring we have a calendar that generates as less conflicts as possible and that gives a chance for everyone to thrive wherever, including, of course, third-party organizers, be it member federations, be it boat manufacturers who are increasingly involved in that space, in creating their own event, which is great, and we want to support that in everyone's benefit. And the sixth pillar, of course, is about the creation of a new competition and new assets also in our portfolio. And it's about ultimately giving more opportunities for teams and athletes to compete. So, Beach Sprint Series, we had set out first and foremost to create one or two events on the road to Los Angeles. These are not events that will qualify to Los Angeles, but they're events on the road to Los Angeles to allow teams and athletes to compete. So that was objective number one, is to secure two hosts. And second, to start building towards what we hope will be a greater, bigger competition from 2029 onwards with 3 to 5 hosts, potentially more in the future. So first of all, focusing on the first two events in the next 2 years, the objectives are relatively simple. As I mentioned, it's about paving the road to Los Angeles. It's about providing more competition opportunities at a high level for your teams. And it's about starting to build for a broader, bigger series in 2029. The concept is relatively simple. We want to have all the Olympic boat categories on the program, plus others possibly, and I'll come on to that in just a minute. It's about a simple, direct knockout format. And it's also, and it's important, about financial incentives for your teams to participate in a similar model as the one we have built for the World Rowing Shanghai Sprints as example. The concept, in short, 16 teams will participate in the next 2 years editions. And it's broken down as follows. You will have 7 national teams qualifying from the World Beach Sprint Finals of the year before, or year prior to these 2 events. 5 national teams will be qualified from the continents, 1 host nation team guaranteed, and then 3 wildcards, which we will allocate in due time based on factors that remain to be formally defined. So 16 teams in the core program of each of those 2 events. Each team will be composed of 6 individuals as follows. Mixed gender, 2 female rowers, 2 male rowers, as well as coaches, spare, and boat handlers. We intentionally, also similar to the Shanghai Sprints, a very lean or as lean as possible team to also limit the costs on participation on yourself, but certainly on the host, because they will be picking up most of the cost of your participation into these events. But it's about keeping things as lean as possible. 4 boat classes, 3 of which you will recognize, the women's solo, the men's solo, and the mixed double, and that is the Olympic boat classes, but we want to add to this the mixed relay, which you will see or have seen in other events. We'll see, for instance, next year at the European Games, at the Youth Olympics, and on. So the mixed relay will be featured on that program. And as I said, teams incentives was an essential element as we were building this competition to ensure that you can participate at no cost or at very limited cost. And effectively in the operating model, business model that we have created for those two events, it includes travel and accommodation entirely paid for by the hosts. It includes food and beverage and local logistics. It includes prize money from 1 to 8. And it will include as well, an additional award, financial award, that is in cash, for the best team. Returning to the competition, so this is the structure, and we're now ready to announce the first two hosts of the series for 27 and 2028. Starting with the first one, featured here, and the first host in 2027 and 28 will be in Turkey, in the city of Antalya, with an event taking place. You'll have time to applaud at the end. In fact, I'll give you the perfect opportunity to do that. Event is scheduled for 26-28 of March 2027. And yes, it's brought to you by Turkey Rowing, also host of the 25 and 28 beach sprint finals and of the beach sprint regatta at the 2027 European Games. Can I ask the team of Turkish Rowing to stand up so you can see them and give them an applause? Well deserved. People know you already very well from having put on a very, very successful 2025 beach sprint finals. It was truly exceptional. We have no doubt the one in 28, which by the way will happen after the Olympic Games in Los Angeles, but also next year. And we have the event manager with us in the room. And it's no small thing, the beach sprint regatta in Istanbul as part of the European Games. So thanks to you three and good luck. And we're truly delighted to work with you on that journey to the Antalya beach sprints. Thank you. So stay tuned. You will receive much more information in the very near future, everything you need to know on how to participate in this event. Announcing now the second host, also starting in 2027. You might not recognize this picture, but this is the city of Yangjiang in the province of Guangdong in the south of China, relatively near to Hong Kong. So they will be the host of the second edition in 27 and in 2028. The dates here remain to be finalized. They will be finalized in the next month. There's still some considerations going for various tidal matters and otherwise, but it's really in the next few weeks we will announce the date. It will be April or May. So it will be the second event on the calendar in Yangjiang province of Guangdong in the south of China. And here, this one is brought to you, as you might expect, from our friends over there in the room, from the Chinese Rowing Association, who are also here. Also host of this year's Beach Sprint Finals, as you know, an event that is going extremely well and for which we're very keen to see you in just a few weeks. But if I can ask you to show yourself and to stand up. For those who haven't met, Dr. Zhang, president of the Chinese Rowing Association, an old friend already, and we know we are in extremely good hands with Dr. Zhang and his team to put on, shortly following the 2026 Beach Sprint Finals, another event in a new location, a new exciting location, I should say, in the south of China. So thank you to your entire team for your trust and for willingness to be the first, one of the first on this journey to host a new event. Thank you. And here also, same process, you will be receiving some information very soon on the conditions of participation. So what's next? Really, it's quite simple. Next is Qingdao 2026. This is where you get to qualify. That's just in a few weeks. You should know all about this event, but that is the biggest opportunity to qualify. So get ready for this event, which has, of course, first of all, a weekend of endurance, and then a second weekend of beach sprints. More information to follow. So that was a quick detour onto beach sprints. We're going to come back to classic, but this time with a different format, different location, and we're talking here about a 500-meter sprint format, as you know. Starting, if I may, Patricia, with a quick video.
这里是上海市广播电台。
And that was the correct answer to the question we asked you this morning, of course. So in just 3 weeks, inaugural edition. An exceptional location, an exceptional organizing committee. It's the same people behind the 2025 World Championships in Shanghai. The 8 best teams in the world, best athletes in the world will compete in just a few weeks. So we're very excited. So that gives me an opportunity to congratulate all those teams and athletes who have qualified for this first edition. You already know who they are. It's been announced, but in case you have forgotten, here they are. 7 national teams, and then 1 world team composed of the best individual athletes who have not qualified through their national team. So that's that for 2026, but nothing new here. There was a couple of announcements made. Already 2 competition notices have been sent, including one quite recently. So everything you need to know for those who participate, either as a national team or because you have an athlete or 2 in the world team, everything you need to know has been shared already. What is important is we thank you in advance for all the support you can provide to help us communicate about this event. We want you, your athletes, to really engage in communicating about this event. It's one chance for us to shine in a global stage, in a very exciting location. We have done everything we could. We have a great lineup of teams, and so now we need to really make sure that it's known and that we can engage with media, certainly. So all the support you can provide on public relations, on social media, will be much appreciated. For the avoidance of that, so repeat on the financial support that is going behind this event. That is I'm only referring to here to direct cash incentives going to teams and athletes. It's as simple as that. It's a total of $570,000, of which the largest portion is going directly to athletes and to teams. That is a combination of participation fee for each and every athlete that competes, but also prize money. The second line refers to an amount, a fee that is being awarded to each federation precisely to support with PR and comms efforts, or also administration of getting your athletes or your team to the country. And that moves us nicely to 2027, because you might remember that your teams or athletes were qualifying this week at the Amsterdam 2026 World Championships. So we're now very happy to announce who these teams are, under the very clear condition that you refrain from communicating about it. We hope to make a broader communication, but only after the first edition, to not confuse everyone. So please, no communication on the matter. We trust you. We count on you to not confuse everyone. So these are first of all, the 7 national teams. that have qualified for the 2027 edition. So congratulations to you 7. It's a bit of a surprise, certainly in team number 6, and a very good news. So to be clear, those are teams that are being invited on the basis that they are able to form a team of 11 athletes. Some, hopefully all will be able to do that. Some might not be. So if a team pulls out, we will take the next one on the list, whoever that next one on the list might be. Anyway, those are the teams that have qualified for the 2027 edition, and those are the athletes who have qualified for the world team. I won't repeat their name. Some are repeats, others are new. We will have the same coach of the world team in the name of Gianni Postiglione. The cox will be Chinese. We will confirm his or her name later on. And that is that. Please, again, no announcement, no communication. We know this is streamed. This is okay. But we just want to keep the formal announcement to post the first edition to avoid confusion. Here also, it's the exact same financial pool, excuse me, broken down in the exact same way. So a total of $570,000 going directly in cash to teams and athletes, including individuals. That is it for the update. And it concludes my presentation and the fourth topic on the strategic presentation agenda. Thank you very much. And we're done.
Thank you, Vincent. And we are almost on time, still very few points to cover on the agenda. So we just conclude the point 21. And if we move to point 22, place and date of the next Congress, the Council proposes that the 2027 World Rowing Ordinary Congress takes place in Lucerne on Monday, the 30th of August, 2027. Any questions? So it's obvious it's the usual way to do it. So I consider that you approve this proposal. Moving to point number 23, the last point on the agenda, AOB, any other business. We do not have any points to mention, so it's your chance if you would like to express any point. Okay, so this concludes point number 23, but the Executive Director would like to add an additional point.
Yes, sorry. I should have mentioned earlier in the World Rowing Beach Sprint Series future competition for 2029. As I mentioned, we are hoping to have anywhere between 3 to 5 hosts. Should you have any interest in hosting one of those events, please reach out. We're going to start while developing the model of that future tournament, again, 2029 onwards. We're going to start that in the coming months. So please reach out if you have any interest in hosting one of those events from 2029 onwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, dear delegates, we are reaching the end of this Congress, and AOB, yeah, no mistake. We have 2 points on the AOB, but on the screen, you can see the Coaches Conference 2027. Indeed, thank you, Pat. Zagreb, Croatia, 25 to 28 February 2027. So thank you for noting these dates. And the next point is the WADA Code 2027. As you know, the new code will be enforced from the 1st of January 2027. This has been announced. It's the outcome of a long journey in developing the new code. We have been part of this exercise, so that you know it has implicated also an evolution in our bylaws, anti-doping bylaws, because obviously we have to be compliant with the code. So please make this note. I think now I can move to the closing of this Congress. I would like really to thank you all, the delegates, for your cooperation, for your contribution. As always, it's very much appreciated that you take part and you contribute to our Congress. For those who are here in the room, I wish you a safe journey back home, and I hope that you have enjoyed your stay in Amsterdam. And for those who are connected, thank you for taking part also at this Congress. I would like to also thank very much the people who are behind the preparation of this Congress. Pat Lambert, behind the scene, who has been pivotal in making all these presentations in the right order. Ludovica Caprino from the staff in charge of governance, and behind her, Chan and Big for the logistical aspect. So thank you very much to all of you, as well as all the technicians. All the technicians, Lumi, and of course those who have been working to prepare the staff and helping in making this Congress happen. Thank you very much, and I think I can declare now the 2026. Oh, it's.
I don't need the microphone. I just want also to thank our president, because he's thanking everyone, but all his volunteers is our good guy, and we try to follow him, and we should follow him.
Thank you very much. I can now declare the 2026 Ordinary Congress, Amsterdam, the Netherlands, closed. Thank you.
Dear delegates, for sustainability reason, we kindly ask you to return your lanyards at the registration desk. Thank you.